1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good afternoon and welcome to DBN's broadcast of the Virtual Diplomacy Championship of 2021. I am Brandon Fogel, one of the co-founders of DBN, and I am very happy to bring you this broadcast today. We are going to recap the games so far, or at least how the top board members made it to the top board, and then we are going to bring you live coverage of the top board itself. Joining me for the coverage in the early part of the broadcast are Adam Silverman. Welcome, Adam Silverman. I should say current DipCon champion, Adam Silverman.
Hi, Brandon.
And also Tanya Gill. Welcome to the stream, Tanya Gill.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Tanya, your credentials are strong. You were one of the most dominant players on the tour last year, winning the VDL championship and something else. What else did you win?
Boston Massacre, I want to say.
Boston Massacre, that's right. And you took a lot of time off this year, so you weren't really a strong competitor, but you did go to the face-to-face event at Carnage, which was the DipCon championship, which the guy to my, let's see, right on the screen here was the champion of. Congratulations, Adam, on that.
Thanks, Brandon.
All right, guys. So the two of you are going to join me while we recap every player, all 7 of the top board players' path to the top board. And then Adam, you're going to go off and do other things because you have priorities, while Tanya and I are going to be joined by Brian Pravel to call the top board itself. So this event is run by the Virtual World Diplomacy community, I should say. They ran an event last year. Last year it was called the Virtual World Diplomacy Championship. This year they have shortened the name just to the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. By all measures, though, it is the exact same event, just a year later. It's nearly the same size. This year had 54 competitors playing 20 boards over 6 rounds of play over the last 48 hours, or 72 hours since Friday morning. And we are left with 7 players who have shown themselves to be the best of the bunch. You guys have been observing a lot of the action, and also you guys have been watching virtual play over the last almost 2 years now. Just want to ask you guys for some thoughts about what this event sort of represents for the hobby, for the virtual hobby, for this moment of transition where in-person face-to-face is coming back. So Adam, we'll start with you. What's happening here with the Virtual Diplomacy Championship?
Well, I would start by saying it's the culmination of almost 2 years, maybe not quite 2 years, a year and a half's worth of really significant effort behind the scenes by a huge number of organizers. And I think it's just amazing how the community has come together and to see all of the players. But a lot of that would never have happened without the work of some of the folks who are behind the scenes and doing a lot of this. And I'm not going to start calling out names because I'm going to forget many of the people, but they know who they are, and many of the viewers probably know who at least some of them are. But these things don't happen in a vacuum. But it's also not just a testament to the organizers, but it's a testament to the players who keep coming back and are hungry to keep playing and hungry, for a tournament and for a chance to win and to really get some prestige from this. And it's just so wonderful to see the level of play and the level of engagement that we've had over the past years and how that's culminated with what we've seen this weekend.
And Tanya, you were a frequent player, a big player. Went into the DBNI as the #1 seed, I believe, in the 2020 season. Haven't played as much this year, but I think you still have a good sense of what this tournament represents for the players. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, VDC has just been fantastic for our hobby. We've had so many new players from online spaces come and join us, and then they've attended the one face-to-face tournament that we've had this year. And, we've just now have so many faces thanks to something like VDC that we may have never, discovered before. So I think it's a great gateway into maybe even joining the face-to-face hobby and then building the virtual, hobby that we have together. So it's been fantastic. It's great to see all these players. And even this year, there were quite a few new players who joined us, and I hope will continue to join us for future tournaments.
And so you guys got to go to Carnage, the first in-person face-to-face tournament, major one since the pandemic started. And you got to see a lot of these new virtual players meet up with long-time in-person face-to-face players. How did that go? And sort of what did you see any culture clash, or what was interesting about the mixing of the two cultures? Or Adam, we got something to say. We'll start with you.
Yeah, well, what's funny, and I do the same thing that you just did, Brandon, which is referring to folks under this sort of dichotomy of we have virtual players and we have face-to-face players, but they're not virtual players or face-to-face players anymore because they're playing in all of these contexts, and even though we might have thought of some folks in more in one context than another. Everybody who showed up to Carnage, they're all face-to-face players now. They don't get to stand behind some other moniker. And honestly, we're all just diplomacy players when it comes down to it, regardless of what format we play in and what format we prefer. I thought it was incredible. There were names and faces, or in some cases faces that I'd seen in player card photos but never seen beyond that, or people whose faces I had never seen but I had come across many times through DBN coverage and through the virtual hobby, and meeting those folks in person and seeing how seamlessly they joined into the hobby and playing great diplomacy, having fun outside of the boards, hanging out during meal times and afterwards hanging out. I mean, it was just an incredible experience.
Tony? I
agree with Adam. It didn't feel like there was any kind of divide at Carnage whatsoever. It was everyone was there to play diplomacy. Some of us had known each other before the pandemic, and now we all know each other after the pandemic. And it was fantastic. After each game, we would go up to Moletsky's room and have drinks together and go out, and eat together. And it was just like a really fun time. I agree with Adam that it's not a virtual versus face-to-face player sort of a vibe whatsoever. It was everyone was just there to play diplomacy and did a great job at it.
I mean, if everyone did a great job, how did Adam Silverman win?
Don't ask me. I somehow didn't get to be on a board to stop him from doing that. So
that's a goal for the future. All right. Well, VDC, the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, is the biggest virtual tournament of the year. It has the most boards, beats Dixie. It looked like it was going to crush Dixie, possibly get over 30 boards, but we ended up around 20, slightly more than Dixie's 17. And this does have the feel of a sort of championship, culmination to the season. It is the biggest open event on the virtual calendar. The next sort of big event after this is the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's Invitational, which will take place in February. And spots are still very much up for grabs in that qualification process. The top 28 will qualify. over 100. I think somewhere like 150 are have earned points. And this event is going to shake up those standings because it will be the biggest virtual tournament of the year, which means it will take the maximum points, and it will cause all of the other events to be reduced in the amount of points that they're given. Some of them a little bit like Dixie, and some of them significantly like some of the smaller ones. So not only will there be a big shakeup in the standings because of that, but the scores from this tournament threaten to shake things up as well. So with that, let's take a moment actually to thank the organizers that I can think of. I will incur the wrath of anyone I've forgotten. The tournament director is Marcus Zelstra, DBN's own Marcus Zelstra, who I can attest has worked tirelessly over the last 72 hours, plus all the preparation before that. But I don't think he slept very much, and he's on English time. So he's been working really odd hours and doing a great job at it. He is working sideline reporting right now with Saren Kwok for the broadcast. So we will see his face a bunch of times throughout. But we also have an interview with him that Adam recorded, which we'll play in a second. A couple other people of note that I can think of. Sabia Huja has been a primary organizer and is currently GMing the top board, which kicked off a couple hours ago. Also, Liam Stokes has been one of the primary organizers, primary recruiter and whipper and organizer. And we'll find out what he's up to in a little bit. Who can you guys think of who else I'm leaving out?
Chris Brand, I think.
Chris Brand is GM'd.
We should probably also call out Bill Hackenbrack, who's a little bit less involved this year, but definitely one of the founders of this organization and this tournament.
Yeah, Bill founded the Virtual World Diplomacy community and sort of was the primary force behind it last year. And now a bunch of people have taken up the mantle, and there are some boards. But it's a really vibrant community. It's a place where a lot of the virtual tournaments are being played. And Bill has a new member of his family, and so has been occupied with that a lot over this past year. And but we look forward to having Bill back in the fold, both on and off boards, at some point in the future. All right, why don't we hear from Marcus now? Adam, you sat down and had a little interview with him about the tournament overall. So if I can get this queued up properly, we will have a look.
With me, Marcus Zilstra, the tournament director for the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. How are you, Marcus?
Hi, I'm doing great, thanks. How are you?
It's great. How has the tournament been going?
It's been going fantastically well. I think it's been the largest tournament of the year so far, so very.
Well, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties behind the scenes, so we'll get back to that once Brandon is reconnected. Tanya, you're on screen here with me now. Any additional? Oh, hi, Brandon.
Oops. That's not supposed to happen. Let's try that again. That must have been fun. All right, will this work?
Well, I have with me Marcus Zilstra, the tournament director for the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. How are you, Marcus?
Hi, I'm doing great, thanks. How are you?
It's great. How has the tournament been going?
It's been going fantastically well. I think it's been the largest tournament of the year so far, so very happy about that.
That's fantastic. How many players turned out for this?
We had 89 players registered. I think about 80 people played a game. I'd have to double check.
That's a lot of players for any tournament, virtual or other. That's amazing work. Why don't we start? Give us a little bit of background as to how this tournament came to be.
Yeah, so we did this tournament last year. It was under the name of the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic. Bill Hackenbrack founded that tournament. I was heavily involved in running it then. Bill obviously had to take a step back after he had a child last year. Turns out that takes up a lot of your time. So I've stepped up and become the lead TD this year. It was made as sort of, because we had a lot of tournaments before that were for one specific time zone. We were trying to make one that would allow people from all over the globe to participate. And we really managed that. We had players from Australia, Asia, Europe, America this time around. It was fantastic to see the turnout.
And it's pretty amazing considering how much virtual diplomacy has been taking place over the last year, including last weekend. There was a virtual diplomacy league game, and people aren't getting burned out. They just keep coming back for more and more.
Absolutely. It's been fantastic to see.
So what was involved in recruiting or in setting up the tournament? Maybe the viewers would be interested in hearing what does it take to organize a virtual diplomacy tournament?
Well, there's a lot of work on the back end. Thankfully, I had some fantastic people to help me with that. Liam Stokes did a huge amount of the recruiting for the tournament and publicizing. Bill helped a little bit with that too. We had Sabi also helped out with recruiting and such. Then during the actual tournament itself, the GMing requires setting up the boards and making sure that we get the correct roll calls and stuff for people to come in. It's a little bit of work on the back end, but again, a great team makes it work. And as part of the GM team this year, we had Chris Brown, Sabi, Liam Stokes, and Peter McNamara also helped out for one round. So absolutely wonderful, and couldn't have done it without their help.
Now, as everyone on the broadcast probably knows at this point, this tournament has a top board, but there's a number of rounds leading up to that, and it's obviously there's a scoring system that dictates who gets on the top board. Tell the viewers a little bit about the scoring system and how it was selected.
Yeah, so we wanted this tournament to be as accessible to everyone as possible. I know scoring is a huge debate in the diplomacy community. You have very, very complicated scoring systems. We just said, let's go for the simplest one possible and just go straight points per supply center mostly. So you get 30 points for surviving a game, 10 points per supply center that you get, and then 48 for topping the board or split between people who top the board. And obviously a lot more for soloing and very little if you get eliminated. That's basically what it boils down to. And then top 3 scores that you get count. So these people who made the top board all got very solid results. Yeah,
it's been exciting. There were 6 rounds total leading up to the top board. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Across times that worked for every time zone, which was fantastic.
We didn't have any masochists playing 5 or 6 rounds, did we?
No, we actually limited the number of rounds you could play to 4 maximum, just to make sure that people couldn't do that to themselves.
Well, great. Any last thoughts, Marcus, that you want to share with the viewers?
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you for watching as well, these broadcasts. I know DBN's been a brilliant addition to the diplomacy hobby, and it's been a huge part of why people come and play these games. So thank you for what you do as well with the interviews and the broadcasts and such.
Well, thank you, Marcus. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for all of your service. These types of events don't happen without all of the work that goes on behind the scenes by people like yourself and your team. So thank you for all of that, and looking forward to seeing how the tournament went.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was Marcus Zelstra, and a nice overview of the tournament structure with Adam. Thank you for that. Tanya, so they talked about the scoring system a little bit. I'll put you on the spot here. Do you have any thoughts about how to play this scoring system, especially having watched the tournament over the 6 rounds?
Yeah, it's funny, Brandon, because I'm the type of player who doesn't really pay attention to the scoring system, so I might not be the best one to ask. I'll always play every scoring system as how can I win? How can I top the board? How can I get in the best position possible? So for me, if you tried to get me to tell you what the VDC scoring system was, I wouldn't be very successful at it. So maybe Adam can take this one.
Sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of merit to what Tanya's saying, which is, just try to get the best results you can. I think the complexity always becomes, well, what is the best result? Knowing that in any given game, you're probably not going to solo. So what is the best result? And that is going to be dictated by what the scoring system is. And this is largely a center and top based system. So you're getting 10 points per center, and you're getting the equivalent of just under a 5 center bonus for a solo top, or just over a 2 center bonus for having a shared top. So with that in mind, you really just want to get big. and that's your goal. And it doesn't matter if other players on the board are big as well, as long as you're big and hopefully a little bit bigger than the rest of them. And so really that's your target in these games.
All right. Well, we are going to now talk about what happened over the first 6 rounds. And we're going to do it a little differently than we've done in previous tournaments. We have, I think in all the tournaments that we've covered to date, covered every single game in some level of detail. And we are not going to do that today. We are just going to talk about how the top 7 players made it to the top board. So we're going to take each one in turn, sort of roughly in how they, how early they clinched their spot as far as we could tell. But with that in mind, I'm just going to go ahead and show the final standings for the tournament. We're going to see who the top 7 were and who narrowly missed out. And here it is. Here are the final standings for the preliminary rounds of the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. We can see some familiar names here. Faren Jane took the #1 seed. And right behind Faren is a newcomer to the hobby, Noam Brown. Noam is known to a lot of people in the face-to-face hobby, certainly the people who went to Carnage, because Noam works for Meta / Facebook and is heading up an artificial intelligence effort to create an artificial intelligence that can play diplomacy. And they've been trying to do that for the better part of this year. And they are now, they tried to have a bot that would play Gunboat against some people earlier in the year. That it wasn't ready for that. And now they have the bot ready to go again. I believe it's playing Gunboat. And in a couple of years, it will have replaced us on this broadcast and will be telling everybody how to play diplomacy.
Just quickly on Noam, he's maybe not as new as you would think because he was at my first tournament.
Oh, did not know that.
Oxford 2017, Noam was there as well, and he played. Okay,
so Noam is not new, just new to me. So my bad on that. Third place is a very familiar face, Nicola Sah. Nicola is a former in-person face-to-face world champ. And has had a lot of near misses. And we'll talk some more about that when we talk about his path to the board top. Number 4, DBN's own Ed Sullivan, who is a regular on these things as well. And number 5 is, the sort of the biggest fish of all, Peter McNamara, who is the reigning DBNI champ, the diplomat of the year for last season. And Peter came into this needing a score. And at the moment, he's in position to get one. Tied for 6th and 7th are Liam Stokes and Russ Dennis, 2 other familiar faces on these top boards. And then narrowly missing out are a few Europeans, Robert Schuppa, who is playing out of Dresden, Nicola Sah, who I believe is playing out of Paris, and Vincent Roulet. I don't know where Vincent is located, but I believe he's a regular on the French tour, so is most likely in France. And boy, they came achingly close, and we won't have time to cover how close they came or what they. Well, Vincent will pop up, I know, in one of our stories, but Robert Schuppa and Nicola Sah were both watching the final round, and they were both in position, I believe, they were in 6th and 7th to begin the day and or begin the round, and are unfortunately knocked out. All right, so with that, let's dive in, and we're going to take these players each one in turn. We're going to start off with Peter McNamara. Let's see if I can get up his card. I'm going to have to pull us off the screen for a second. All right, so here are the scores that got Peter McNamara onto the top board. He only played in 3 rounds, so you can play up to 4, but only your top 3 scores count. And with an Italy, France, and Russia, 2 lone tops and a shared 2nd place was good enough to get him there. Adam, I'm going to turn this over to you and let you tell us about Peter's path to the top.
Yeah, sure. So Peter, is the reigning DBNI champion, and he returned to his human calculator form today. He beginning in round 1. He had this impressive board top as Italy over other top 7 players, including Faren Jane in Turkey and 3-time world diplomacy champion Andrew Goff in Russia. Do we have a graphic for that game, Brandon? Oh, here we go. Yeah, so if you look at just the lineup of this board, we see a lot of familiar virtual and face-to-face names of really top players out there, including Andrew and Faren, not to mention Evan and Johnny. Peter, edged out the near top 7 competitor Nicola Sah after building a late game alliance with Russia to pass on the German. And that is essentially how this game played out. You can see that Peter kind of started growing early on, and it never stopped. And he just had to eke out Nicola in Germany in order to maximize his score and end up on the top here. In his second game, if we have that one, Peter played France, and this was his round 3 game. So in this game, actually, Katie Gray in Austria jumped out to an early lead, and actually she never really looked back from this, running the AT. But Peter managed to come out of the West in a good position with a sort of what looks like a Western Tripoli type of situation, but managing to tie in second. One thing we need to ask is, did Peter leave any dots on the table here? Was there room for him to advance further? Clearly he didn't think so. So that was his second game. And then
just looking at it, it's hard to see what he would have taken. Is there a specific dot that you had in mind?
Well, I think it's more of a diplomatic situation, since it clearly looks like a 3 versus 2. Were there ways to squeeze one of those out for Peter, that Peter could have used to his advantage? Clearly, tactically, the board's fairly locked up. But was there an opportunity, for example, for EF to make a move on Germany that wouldn't completely dismantle their position against the AT, as often happens in these Western triples? But clearly Peter felt like this was good enough, or that there wasn't an option to do that. It's Nicola Sah playing Germany. I can understand the lack of desire to do that.
All right, and then his third score. Let's have a look at that. That was round 4, board A.
Yeah, and here Peter drew Russia, and again is playing with Faren Jane in France, and we have another top face-to-face player, Ruben Sanchez, playing Italy here, and all 3 of them actually really got off to the rapid starts. I mean, just look at these bars for Italy, Russia, and France, as opposed to the other 4 powers. I mean, they just took off. They're all at 7 centers after 1902. Whereas everyone else is just going down, 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 down. They really just continued this pace throughout the game, with great tactics and great strategic play across the game. In the final year, 1910, maybe if we go back, I think we can see that Peter was able to pick up 2 centers off of Italy here. And that was what really made the difference in allowing him to top this board and getting him his best score of the tournament, which really locked up that top 7 spot.
That's interesting. None of these were really dominant games by Peter. It's not like he, had a big score, or, it raced out to a lead and sort of controlled things. They were kind of by the skin of his pants, it looks like.
Yeah, but, I think it just is a testament to the way Peter is able to play this game. We've seen those games where Peter just, takes off and never looks back. But you also see these games that are much tighter, and Peter really knows how to control tempo in a game and make the play when he needs to. And he's shown us that time and time again.
So Peter is the reigning DBNI champ, but he was not in great position coming in. He had not played in a whole lot of events. I think he was in 35th or 32nd place in the DBNI standings coming into this event. And this was his last chance to make an impression in order to qualify for next year's DBNI. A lot of people wanted us to give him an automatic invitation as the reigning champ. And we talked about it and decided, no, everyone's got to earn their spot. And so Peter came into this on a mission, and appears to be fulfilling that mission. A top 3 finish would probably get him into the Invitational on its own. Certainly a first or second one. All right, so this is we have also prepared some statistics cards, courtesy of Brian Pravel and the League Night team. These tell us a bit about how these players have performed over the last 2, compared to people over the last 2 years. I'll explain these briefly. TS stands for top share, and that represents the percentage of tops that they tend to get in their games. And you can see Peters is not dominant. It's good, 25%, but that only rates him 28th out of all players over the last 2 years. Cap is the centers above the average player. So this is relative to what the average player gets for the particular power that you were playing in that game, and then all of that's averaged together. Again, good but not dominant, 18th spot over against all the players in the last 2 years. Capo 4 is that's the number of centers you have above average at the end of 1904. So players who tend to jump out to an early lead will do better in that category. You can see that Peter is actually a little bit worse in this one, indicating that he tends to come on later rather than jumping out early. The style metrics that we use, that we figured out so far, these are still in development, so we're still figuring out how to use them, but these are the ones we've come up with so far. OSR represents the rate at which your orders are successful as we are able to interpret them written. And players who tend to do better who tend to have higher OSR, as far as we can tell, they tend to be a bit more control freakish. They tend to sort of have a good idea of what their units are capable of doing and are able to order those. And you can see that Peter does not rate particularly highly in OSR, which is interesting. FSG is foreign supports given. That's the extent to which you use your units to help other players. You can see that Peter rates pretty well here. FSR is foreign supports received, and that is the extent to which you get help from other players. And Peter does not do well here at all. That suggests that he tends to be successful based on his own tactical activities. So Peter, to me, that kind of fits with the surprise is that OSR is low. I have to say, I would have thought that Peter would have a high order success rate, but the fact that Peter tends to do it himself doesn't surprise me a whole lot.
Anyone who looks at those fairly pedestrian statistics and underestimates Peter does so to their own great risk.
Indeed. All right, Tanya, any comments on Peter McNamara before we move on?
Oh, I look forward to seeing him. He always seems to have magic at the right times, so I wouldn't be shocked if he tops his board because, it's Peter.
Yeah, and we'll talk about favorites and underdogs later. It's going to be hard not to pick Peter as a favorite just because he's Peter McNamara. All right, let's move on to, let's see if I can do this without issuing any spoilers. So we got to come back here so that I can go there. And then we are going to talk about Mr. Ed Sullivan right now. Here's how Ed Sullivan made it to the top board. He also only had 3 scores, and 2 of them were shared tops, and 1 of them was the 3rd place. So I'm the one responsible for recapping Ed's path to the top board. And for me, this was really a story of Ed Sullivan reverting to his 2020 form. He, I think, established himself in 2020 as kind of a master of the shared top and just had lots and lots of really cozy alliances, painted himself as a guy who was congenial, willing to go along with anything, and then sort of tried to cash in on that in January and in February at the DBNI to mixed results. Although he won, I believe he won whipping. Is that right? Cascadia, I believe. Anyway, he cashed in on his board reputation, and then kind of had mixed feelings about having done it. Sort of became stabby and then regretted it. To me, it looks like Ed is returning to that form. 2 shared tops and a 3rd place. So let's have a look really quickly at how those boards ended up. Here is Ed's round 2 score, round 2 board, I should say. And this ended up being a shared top at 9 centers with Christophe Bourget, a Swiss-French. Despite him being a Swiss-French, Ed still called him a real mensch after this. And this story was just a brutally efficient takedown of Germany. The AIR formed quickly and took out Turkey in Melinda Hawley. And then they just kind of met in the middle and decided to call it a game. And you can see that Ed and Christophe were pretty copacetic. One point of note here is that in fall of 1905, what ended up being the last turn, Ed actually gave Christophe Holland and forewent a loaned board top in order to have the shared board top. Not a huge penalty for that in the scoring system, and Ed definitely decided that the good vibes were worth it for him, and I see that as a deliberate decision, but also one that he's probably happy to do. All right, Ed's board 3, round 3 game was A, also called Sinterklaas. And this is a board to remember when we turn back to the top board. because as you can see, it resulted in a 14-14 shared top with Mr. Russ Dennis, who is also on the top board, in part thanks to this result. It ended up giving both of them 194 points, which was nearly half of what they ended up needing in order to qualify for the top board. And you can see from the center chart that there really just was, they just came out of the gate with this top of the world alliance and just didn't look back. And the rest of the board was not able to organize in response to them. Both of them had opportunities to stab each other and go for the solo. Both of them passed it up. There was one moment of nervousness here, I think, at the very end. This is fall of 07. You can see that Russ Dennis moves all of his units, most of them, in the direction of Ed Sullivan. Apparently this ended up resulting in some very angry noises, and Russ ended up not building anything and agreeing to the draw in spring of 08, getting them both a big result, but not as big as it could have been. Russ and Ed have a long history. They have fought each other quite a lot. They also do a podcast together, and it will be really interesting to see how they fare together on the top board. Let's see, Ed's third score came in round 5 in board C, and not a whole lot to talk about here. Ed ends up settling for a 3rd place and does so pretty willingly. What is notable here, however, is the interaction with Nicola Sah, in particular, this turn right here. Fall of 1905, Nicola is, by the way, not in great position to make the top board at this point, and so is really looking for a big score. And he's on the verge of getting it. He's about to pick up 3 dots in the south. And if Ed does not molest him here, does not interfere, Nicola will explode and will come away with a giant board top. Ed's a good player. He recognizes this, stabs, takes Scandinavia. Nicola still builds. It's worth noting, Nicola still builds, goes up a dot, ends up putting 3 units down because he disbands 2. And then there was some testiness between them, from what I understand, that they were able to resolve. Nicola grudgingly took the shared board top at the end, but this is something to look at, to keep in mind also with the top board. So that's Ed's path to the board top. He had run-ins with several people who are going to be on the top board with him today, and he was reverted to his 2020 form. Let's have a look at his style and performance statistics. As you can see here, nothing too remarkable. The cap is pretty good. That's 9th place overall. The top share is about the same as Peter's. The OSR is maybe higher than you might expect, given that Ed, I think, comes across sometimes as a messy person. But his foreign sports given and received are high, but not spectacular. Okay, guys, any thoughts on Ed Sullivan's path to the top board?
Well, he Care Beared his way in. It's impressive. Manages to stab Nicola, but then still lets Nicola, get that extra point over him when it mattered. So it'll be interesting to see going into the final how he, works with Russ and Nicola, given the fact that, he had a good hand in getting them where they are.
Yeah, I sort of wonder. These were a bunch of shared board tops with other players who ended up making the top board. But was there really goodwill earned there? I mean, if you look at how those games progressed and how they ended, did they end on the note of, oh, this is lovey-dovey and we're all happy, or did they sort of get to that point? But maybe there was some little distrust continue to be sown, and is that really going to help Ed when it comes to the top board? I'm skeptical.
Yeah, it's a nice point, actually, because I had the sense of, especially with that 14-14 shared top with Russ Dennis, that they were both kind of experimenting with being nice to each other, and it was not the most comfortable thing for them. So we'll see how that plays out on the top board. All right, speaking of Russ Dennis, let's move on to Russ, and here is Russ's path to the top board. I'm going to have to do the little dance again, and I forget which one of you is going to tell us about Russ Dennis.
Tanya, are you going to take this one?
All you, Adam.
Okay. Sure. So, Russ had a really good run of diplomacy at the end of 2020 and into 2021 DBNI. Last time finishing just shy of making the DBNI top board. But following that,
He was on the top board. He finished.
I'm sorry, it's just short of actually coming out on top. Sorry, there. But he's been a little bit slower following the DBNI, and he came close to making this top board at the Summer Classic with just one strong board there, and he did though find his form at Weaselmoot in September and won the virtual Weaselmoot tournament. So let's take a look at his results. Here you can see that he has a solo top, that shared top that he had with Ed, and then a tied third place as Turkey, but with enough centers to really drive him onto that top board. So let's take a look at his round 2 game where he drew Germany.
All right, if I can get it. Here we go.
Yeah, and in this game, you can see he has fellow top boarder Noam Brown playing Italy, perennial fan favorite Jason Mastbaum, who doesn't appear to be in the final position here as Austria, as well as some other great players throughout the board. In this game, I think the story was the East being really chaotic early on in the game, and he really managed to use this to his advantage to develop an FG alliance, and really just you can see the steady growth throughout the course of the game with really a couple of powers behind him, but really just persistent growth was the name of the game, what's also interesting is that the game was called here before fall 1908 processed, with France actually sitting in a German-owned center, and that Russ actually couldn't even take back. So that would have made the difference between the board top and a shared board top, which may not have been enough to get him into the finals. I haven't done the math, but given how close it was at the 6, 7 through 10. Range. So this is really interesting, and we're not too familiar with what dynamic led to this. But obviously, anytime you can talk yourself into an extra dot that way is good news.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's Vincent too, because Vincent's going to come up again later. So that's a sort of this might be a little sliding doors moment in 1907 here. All right, so you want to move on to the next score, yeah?
Yes, let's talk about. Well, we already talked about the game he played with Ed. Maybe we can move past that one. I think we went through some of the dynamic there. So let's go to his round 5 game where he played Turkey. Of course, with those 2 really good results, Russ was in a good position going into the final round, but not quite there. I think he may have been on the inside. In the top 7 at that point, but he probably realized that he needed another decent score to actually make the top board. And in this case, he's playing with Robert Schuppe, who was also in the running here, and several other really good players here. And Russ actually works with Robert, which is really interesting, right? Because the standard meta would suggest don't work with the person who's competing with you for one of those slots on the top board, but they manage to work together here, and Russ finds his way to a reasonable result with the West really ultimately dominating the board, however.
All right, so that is Russ Dennis's path to the top board. Let's have a look at Russ's statistics, and here they are. Really nice top share, 44%, good for 7th overall on the tour the last 2 years, and cap is pretty good. Cap 04 is a little bit lower, indicating that he's a bit of a patient, slower player. That OSR is quite good, up in the 17th, up for 17th. Interestingly, though, the FSG and FSR are very low. So Russ is not what gets commonly called an alliance player, a sort of loose term. It's not clear what the meaning of that is. But he's definitely somebody who tends to go it alone. That's interesting and revealing. Does that surprise either of you guys that Russ has such low foreign supports given and foreign supports received?
I see Tanya smiling and shaking her head backstage here.
She might be smiling at the task that I have assigned her, which we'll get to in a second. Adam, have you played with Russ, or any thoughts?
I've obviously seen Russ in many games through coverage on DBN. I don't think I've ever shared a board with him though. But from what we've seen of Russ, he's a very aggressive play style, and I don't know that I would have guessed that he would be at the bottom of those rankings, just based on what I know of him. But maybe it's not that surprising that he really just does like to drive his own course.
Yeah, I think he's a very confident player. He's one of the more confident players on the virtual tour in his own abilities, and he's kind of Machiavellian actually, in sort of the best sense, right? Like, it's extremely effective, and he doesn't really scare people, but it doesn't seem to be depending a lot on other people or trying to curry their favor with gifts. So he's got different play style here. All right, so now I have to confess to the audience that our crew has messed up a little bit. We were given notes from one of our producers and sometime hosts, Kevin O'Kelly, on 2 of the players, and in our own scrambles to prepare notes on the path to the top board by the people we were assigned, we did not look or decide who was going to give Kevin O'Kelly's notes. He couldn't be here because he had some family commitments. So I have just assigned Tanya with the task of trying to give us a description of Liam's path to the board top based on Kevin's notes. Tanya, we feel for you, but we're not going to let you off the hook, and we'll give you all as much leeway as we can to use Kevin's notes to tell the story. So here is Liam Stokes's path to the top board. He played France, Turkey, and Germany, ended up with a lone board top, a shared board top, and a tie for 4th. Tanya, would you like to read us what Kevin wrote?
I will, and I'll do my best Kevin impression, but I can't promise it'll flow as well as if he were here in the flesh. So Liam staked his claim to a spot on the top board following a dominant performance in his first game in round 2. So he wasn't able to replicate his result from this round 2 14 center France in his other 2 games, but 2 other solid scores ensured a spot in the final game. So let's actually start by taking a look at that round 2 game. The game started in a pretty Western triple sort of way, even featuring a convoy to North Africa in spring of 1903. This would, as Kevin puts it, make John Jameson proud. So so come spring 1906, with the triple still rolling, you might have expected a reasonably good but not spectacular result for France in this game. As without the signs of a triple breaking, it's pretty hard to get more than 10 or so dots. But you may have missed the thing that Kevin sure missed first time he reviewed the game. Yes, a French army on the south coast of Bulgaria.
Fleet, yeah.
So the critical year comes in 1907 when Liam makes his move on Germany, taking Belgium and Munich, which is a lovely stab that has no real risk to Liam, given how far extended the German position was at this point, and the fact that England seemed content to not do a whole lot. So from there, he marches to a 14 center top with an agreed draw after 1908. It's hard to argue that this isn't a great outcome, since now it's Liam who is overextended and probably could be knocked down a little if the game goes on. Nonetheless, with the 218 points, Liam is set for a great tournament run. So now moving on to his round 5 game, where Liam is playing Germany on probably the board of death for this round. So you've got Melinda Hawley and Riaz Varani in England and France, respectively. Then in the East, we have Christoph, Randy Lawrence Hurt, and Robert Shoup, who just missed making the top board. Sorry, Robert. And of course, Russ Dennis, who will be playing today. So the Sea Lion is the story of this game, going to fall of 1901, with Liam and Riaz off to a fast start, while the East needs some more time to resolve itself. And Liam decides to get in on the Eastern action early, finding the spare armies in spring 1904 to send, not to Silesia and Prussia, as one often does in these situations, but into Tyrolia and Bohemia. And a German army in Venice come fall 1904. Why not? Thank you very much. This is all good fun alliance play between Germany and France, coasting to a 10-10 shared top and 154 points apiece at the end of 1905. Good enough to secure Liam with a top spot on the board today.
All right, that is Liam Stokes.
According to Kevin.
That is Liam Stokes' path to the top board. Adam, any thoughts after seeing that?
Yeah, I mean, Liam, I think for those following the scores of the tournament, Liam jumped off near the top early on. And, I think his second round score was helpful, but not great. He was still somewhere near the top 7 after that. And that great result in round 5 just kept him in the mix. And so, he did what he needed to do. And he's got a shot today at the dance.
All right, here is Liam's stat card. Liam is kind of middle of the pack in a lot of these. In fact, his foreign sports given is on the higher side, but these are the stats of a good but not dominant player, and we'll see with Liam. And that does sort of characterize Liam. He's interesting in that he's a little more chaotic than most. We haven't figured out a stat metric for that yet, but he has a reputation of being a real wild card. And so I think we'll all be looking for that on the top board to create some excitement for us.
Liam certainly is a great player, though I would say if you look at this top board, he's certainly going to be one of the underdogs.
I would agree with that as well. All right, so that after 5 rounds of play, those 4 players that we just talked about had more or less secured their spots in the top board as far as we could tell. This is how the standings looked at the end of the 5th round of play. You can see Ed, Peter, Liam, and Russ are all pretty high with 462 or above. The cut line last year for the top board was 466, and we thought that this year's would be a bit lower since there were fewer games overall. So we thought Russ and Liam were pretty safe. We thought that Ed and Peter had more or less locked up positions. Even though there wasn't a big spread there, we thought it just would be hard for enough people to pass them. They would have needed 6 or 7 people to pass them. Below them, however, you can see Robert Schupa, Noam Brown, Nicola Sah, and Nicola Sah in a little bit of a close cluster, Robert Schupa being sort of the most vulnerable of them. And then below them, Faren Jane, Jason Massbaum still around. But we know who makes the top board now. And they are all on this screen, I believe. Is that right? Faren, Nicola, and Noam. Yep. So there was not a huge amount of movement from lower down in the standings, but among these players, there was quite a lot of movement, and there was some drama going into the last round. So now let's turn to some of that. And first of all, we'll look at Faren Jane, who is, I think, the other one that Kevin. Tanya, how do you feel about impersonating Kevin again?
I'll do it.
I can take Faren, Brandon.
Okay. Great, Adam. Go for it. Here are Faren's results that got her on the top board. Faren played 4 rounds, and of course, only the top 3 scores count. This is a nice collection of scores, though. A lone top, a shared board top, and a second place. Those are the top 3 scores. And that big one at the end is the one that stands out, a 17 center lone top for a big score of 248. All right, Adam, give us your best Kevin O'Kelly impersonation.
Yeah, so Faren is obviously a perennially high-ranked virtual diplomacy player. We've seen her doing really well through a whole bunch of tournaments, and I would say she was probably fairly favored to make the top board, but she actually found herself with some good but not good enough scores, as we just saw going into the last round, and on the outside looking in. So before we get to the last round, let's do a quick recap of her round 3 game, because I think this was a really interesting one where she drew Austria. And this one also featured fellow top boarder Noam Brown's Turkey. And as you can see from the final position, they totally rocked an AT in this game to a nice shared board top. But this was not an easy game. This board has a lot of really solid players: Ben Kelman, Andre Yannico, Christoph Borget in the West, among others. And so, the beginning of this game that did have a really interesting case. You can see that actually Bulgaria and Greece were swapped, and this actually goes back to 1902 in the fall, where Austria actually was the first one to take Bulgaria in this game and owned it for the entirety of the game, which is something you don't see a heck of a lot, but it actually can be really good in AT alliances. But really, they just were smooth sailing from then. If you go to fall 1903, Faren just decimates Italy with this stab here, and it turns into an AT versus EG. And the game got called, I think, in 1907. Really just with those two alliances head to head and no opportunity really to do much about changing the dynamics. But, this was a good score for Faren and Noam here. In the next round, I think that's the round 3 game where Faren was playing France. You can see she actually made it up to 10 centers, but that was only good enough for second on this board. So, in this game actually went the distance. This game was timed out after 1910. It was really a 3-way battle for the board top between France, Italy, and Russia. This was not a case where people were looking to get a shared top. I think all of them were really looking to get the win here. I think we may have touched on this game a little bit earlier with Peter stabbing Italy at the end to get up to 11 centers and just eke out Faren for winning the board here.
God, that had to be painful for Faren, though.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but I think this is really quite interesting in the sense that we've seen a lot of games that have sort of gone to these very friendly or maybe in some cases unfriendly shared board tops. That was clearly not what was happening in this game, and Ruben, Peter, and Faren were all really playing this to get a solo top and get the highest score they could. So let's go into the round 6 game, which is really I think goes into a lot of the meta of these tournaments, with Faren knowing that she was in 9th place and probably having a pretty good idea of the score that she needed in order to make it to the top board. And I don't want to get into the details. I interviewed Faren and learned a little bit of her mindset and how she approached this game, and I don't want to share that here so that she can reveal it herself in the interview. But what you can see, ultimately, this was riding a juggernaut to 17. She didn't need a solo, and so I think she wanted to reward France and Turkey, who she had been working with, by making sure they scored some points in this game as well, since a solo was not going to do anything for her other than cement her first lead in her leadership position in the tournament even more than it was. But she still needs the top, to win the top board to actually win the tournament. So I think this is really interesting. They really just this board really was just a juggernaut rolling the board, with France on the other side banging things to make sure that they never got stuck.
It's an interesting game because it's a dominant performance in a tournament which did not have a lot of dominant performances. And it seems to me a little bit atypical for a Faren Jane type game. Faren tends to be a bit stealthy and patient.
Go to spring 1905, actually.
Sure.
This is really fascinating to me, and it's really hard to understand. Look at this. Look at what happens here. Faren has armies lined up on the German border, and what does Germany do? Convoys her to Denmark, sends everything west against France and England here. I don't know what kind of mind control led to this. And look at this. England is up in Finland, Barents, Norway, and what does England do? England is going all the way west. What happened here? I don't understand. I can't even begin to guess what led to these circumstances, but hats off to Faren for setting this up. And then go to the fall. The fall is even better. Fall.
Adam, I think what happened here is Randy Lawrence hurt and Karthik. One step further. Now England is convoying Russia into Yorkshire. I mean, this is just insane. When do you see that happen?
We've been calculating foreign supports given and received, and people have asked about foreign convoys given and received, and I am able to calculate those. I've been meaning to get a tally. It's not, they don't happen often enough for them to be a meaningful statistic, but maybe we'll have a tally of just the total number of absolute convoys, international convoys given, and post that somewhere. This is now 3 in 1 year for Faren Jane,
and all of them into the convoyer's home country.
right?
Right.
Wow. Okay, so that is Faren Jane's. So yeah, all right, let's have a look at Faren's statistics. This will be interesting. Faren is 15th in top share, which is strong. Pretty good in cap and cap 04. Interestingly, low in order success rate, indicating that Faren tends to not get what she wants tactically, and is likely a master diplomat and getting her way through negotiation. FSG, FSR are sort of high middle. Yeah, all right. So that is Faren Jane. Here, once again, is Faren Jane's path to the board top. That leaves us with 2 more to go. And this game finished very quickly in round 6. They actually were checking the box to speed it up toward the end, and they were the first to finish. Next up is Noam Brown, and here is Noam Brown's path to the board top. Oops, I got to do my little magic again. All right, here is Noam Brown's path to the board top. Noam played 4 boards as well, had an unremarkable result in the first game, and then kicked on the afterburners over the next 3. And Adam, I believe you're telling us.
Yeah. So so the round 3 game was the one we just showed where he played Turkey with Faren's Austria. So we've seen this game just moments ago where Faren and Noam walked into an AT tied board top. So that was obviously the beginning of Noam kicking things into high gear, but even better was his subsequent games. So going to his round 5 game where he drew Austria and drove that to an 11 center board top. Again, this board saw actually what was a pretty short-lived AT at the beginning of the game. That made quick work of around 1903. And then if you go to 1905, Noam is now so confident in his position moving to the fall that he was actually attacking both Turkey and Russia here. He really there must have been a diplomatic situation where Russia's now moving on Turkey and he's moving on Russia while still moving on Turkey, which was really, something as Austria that can be a very dangerous thing to do. But Noam had the confidence and the ability to pull this off. And then if you go to spring 07, he's moving into Italy as well, right? I mean, what does he need allies for? He's in Austria at, 10 centers or wherever he's at. And he really just coasts to a board top here. England is really the only other one in contention. And actually, if you look at the end position on this board, both Noam and Jonathan in England are probably leaving some dots on the table here. And it does make you sort of wonder, calling this game in spring 1908, if there wasn't an opportunity to play on and see what happens, certainly on the English players' part, to see if they could eke out a shared or solo top. But whatever the case, Noam walked out with a cool 188 points and put himself in great position going into the last round. So, with the scores he had, there was a good shot at making the top board, but maybe not good enough. So in round 6, drawing Russia, Noam was ready for trying to have another good result. It wasn't looking so good. If you go to fall 1901, it's pretty much the nightmare scenario right here, getting bounced out of Sweden and getting stood off in Romania by the AT. The only perhaps saving grace was the misorder by Dennis in England, messing up the convoy order. I think that either the convoy was ordered to Sweden or something like that, which is an unfortunate probable phone tapping error with Backstabber. But so it goes. This did open up some opportunities for Noam in this game, and things got better and quickly for him. In spring 1903, the East was basically totally chaotic. You have Austria attacking Turkey, Italy attacking Austria, and Noam basically gets his choice of targets, and he drives right into the action, plowing into Johnny Gillam's Austria, and manages to maintain good relations with all of his other neighbors, which, as Russia can be really hard to do. End of 1904, he's got this giant line of armies in the middle of the board, which looks like he's about to start to plow through. But then in spring 1905, it's what do? It's actually a stab against the Turks, which really secured things for him, coasting up to an 11 center board top and that assured spot on the top board, second seed overall.
Wow, so Noam is the player that we know least about among the top board participants. And from this recap, what is clear is that he has a lot of strategic flexibility, the ability to change direction on a dime and make it work. That's impressive.
Yep, and he's going to be playing Russia this afternoon, so we'll be watching out for that.
Let the cat out of the bag. All right, we're nearing our way to that. The top board power selection. We still have one more player to have a look at. We also do need to check out Noam's statistics. Now, Noam has not played a whole lot of games so far on the tournament, on the circuit, fewer than other players. But so we might expect some more variance actually in his, a little bit of chaos in his statistics. And that isn't the case actually. They're all a little bit on the lower side, sort of indicating that Noam hasn't had a lot of success. And that's true based on what I have seen. These last three boards that he's played sort of look like a player maturing in front of our eyes, and sort of potential that had been bubbling before is now coming to reality. Tanya, you have played with Noam in person before, I believe you said, in 2017 Oxford.
No, we were never on a board together, to my recollection, but he was there. That's all I know.
I got to share a board with Noam at Carnage, and he clearly he kind of, if I remember correctly, he was playing Italy or some other Central Power where it really kind of got stuffed up early on. He was very quiet as a diplomat, and I don't really think we got to see a lot of his potential just because he was really pretty stuffed up in that game. But it's really nice to see the potential and what he can do when he gets out of the box.
All right, so that is Noam Brown, and now we have one player left, which is Nicola Sah. So here is Nicola's path to the board top. Nicola, as is his wont, was the last player to qualify for the top board. He's made a habit of that. Here are the scores, how he did it. You can see it was an unassuming start, and then he came on later and got his single lone board top in the final round. And Tanya, you're going to tell us about it, yeah?
I am. So once again, we have world champion Nicola Sah, who was making the top board by the skin of his teeth. He played 4 grueling rounds leading up to today. We've seen this from Nicola before in last year's VDC, actually. So we'll take a quick look on how he managed to pull it off again. So first, starting with his first board.
Round 2, yeah.
Yeah, round 2. Yeah. So in his first round, Nicola rolled Austria and found himself playing against some very notable and familiar faces, such as Ruben Sanchez and Melinda Hawley. And then we've got some incredible newer players on this board as well, in Maxime, Johnny, and Karthik. So the board, unfortunately for Nicola, proved just a bit too tough for him, as early fighting with Italy managed to slow down his growth to the potential benefit of Western powers. So eventually, the Eastern Triple of Austria, Italy, and Russia do manage to get it together and split Turkey amongst themselves. The game continues with the Eastern powers making a stand against the German-France alliance until Nicola gets fed up and appears to go against his allies in Italy and Russia for a desperate play to top the board. Doesn't really go in his favor, and he ends up losing a key dot in Berlin in the last year, and therefore losing to Johnny Gillum in France. So we can move to the second game, which is round 3, board C, another tough draw from Nicola. Interesting game, as we've looked at it before, but we've got 2 players who are on the top board in this game, in Liam and Peter, who will be joining Nicola on the top board today. So the game didn't start too diplomatically hot for Nicola's Germany. If you go to fall 1901, you see Peter McNamara in France offering Italy's support into Nicola's Munich, and Daniel Bird in England bouncing Nicola out of Holland. So a little rough, but by fall of 1902, Nicola uses his magic to stop the Western powers from attacking him any further. And we see the creation of a Western triple to try and stop the Austria-Russia alliance from dominating the board. The rest of the game, as we've already sort of touched on, sees Katie Gray in Austria turning on Russia to take the top board. And although Nicola manages to snag centers in Warsaw and Sweden, he doesn't manage to come out on top. So by now his tournament's a little grim. So we'll go to round 5, board C. And this is where things maybe started looking up for Nicola. He's Russia in this game, and he manages a shared top board with Jason Massbaum. We've also already looked at this game as we have Ed Sullivan, who will be on the top board as well in this game. So Nicola starts the game off by attacking Austria with Italy and Turkey and maintaining a friendly relationship with Ed in Germany. Things are looking fairly good for Nicola in 1903 as he secures Scandinavia and works on weakening all his eastern neighbors. And then, as we've discussed, Nicola does end up losing some centers to Ed, but in the end manages to keep working with him and just gives up on the north. He still manages to edge out Ed in terms of supply count by the end of the game by securing all those eastern dots for himself. I am curious to see how these two will play with each other going into the final. So now Nicola's last game, which is what has allowed him to enter the top board. We can move on to that one. He's Turkey. So Nicola, maybe luck, maybe not so lucky, is next to his French league player. I believe they're acquainted quite well, Vincent Roulet in Austria. So they pull out an early AT, which works in Nicola's favor. He manages to make some quick moves against Russia at the beginning. And as we know, this dynamic is particularly interesting between Austria and Nicola and Turkey because both of them are in contention for the top board, and likely only one of them was going to make the top board as games end in 1910. So this was the last game of the night to finish, as both Nicola and Vincent were no doubt waiting to see how many points they would need to make it on the top board. And so as the game proceeds, you see Turkey, Austria, and Russia work together to take on the West and Italy. But by fall of 1907, Nicola makes his move against his ally in Austria, who maybe expected it. Maybe they came to some kind of agreement on who was going to be on that top board. But Austria...
It's worth pointing out here that at this moment in the game, this is what the standings looked like. Vincent is in 7th place, Nicola's in 10th, and it's clear that they can't both make the top board. I think they had hopes of finding a result that would get them both, and it might have worked at like 16-16 or something like that. But they don't have time or the power to arrange that. So they're in a bit of a prisoner's dilemma right now, where they both need to they'll both do better if they attack the other person.
That's right. So not sure how the negotiations exactly went down there, but what ends up happening is Nicola does take some dots off of Austria. Austria is at this point quite overextended into the West, so maybe doesn't defend as well, or has decided that Nicola will be the one on the top board. And what happens is Nicola gets the dots he needs and the game draws, and Nicola has made it on.
And so Nicola ends up getting enough points to not only get into the top 7, but to get all the way up to 3rd place, thanks to 4th through 4th and below being so tightly bunched. So, all right, before we settle on the standings here, let's have a look at Nicola's statistics. And he has an okay top share, a decent cap rate. He's a slow starter. You can see his cap rate is his cap 04 is on the low side. He is 22nd in order success rate. That's a little strange, being negative 3.6. In any case, those are Nicola Sah's statistics. And this is how the tournament wrapped up in the preliminary rounds, and how things stood going into the top board. With that, I am going to bring on Mr. Brian Pravel, who is going to be the host for the top board coverage. Adam, we're going to be saying goodbye to you, so I'm going to give you a chance now to give us your thoughts on rounds 1 through 6. And maybe a prediction on who's going to win that top board.
Ooh, Well, I mean, I think we saw a lot of really interesting games, and unfortunately we haven't been able to cover everything. In the back of the house, we've been carefully monitoring all of the action, and there were really some interesting games that we didn't have the time to talk about today. A lot of really good play. Alliance play, dynamic play, stabby play, just all the fun things that you would expect to see over a tournament that's got 20 some odd boards. So thank you to all of the players who really made this successful. I think when it comes down to it, there's in any tournament where there's a top board, there's going to be a number of players who are on the cusp and don't make it, and easily could have been a little bit different, but it is what it is. And for those players who came really close this time, hopefully it was a learning experience, and don't be discouraged, because there will be many more opportunities, and I'm sure we'll be seeing many of those folks who on the bubble, and maybe even some of the folks who didn't manage to do that well. We'll be seeing them on top boards in the future, or winning tournaments, or doing great through league play and so forth.
It's worth just pointing out, Robert Shippa and Nicola Sah were joined us for the watch party last night, even though they were in Europe. They came towards the end, which was early morning for them, like 5 or 6 or 7 a.m. And they were in really great spirits, and did some guest analysis, and it was really great to see. And Robert, Nicola, and Vincent, please play again. You guys are clearly on the cusp for the virtual breakthrough, and no doubt that you'll make top boards in the future. If you join. All right, Adam, give us your prediction for how this top board is going to go.
This is a tough one. I mean, predicting top boards is kind of a fool's errand. There's a lot of great players here, and I would certainly look at it and saying, this could be anybody's game. I would probably say Noam and Liam are probably the underdogs here, but I wouldn't be shocked to see either of them make a move and have a great result. If I have to make a prediction, I'm going to go with Nicola Sah. I think Peter's going to attract too much attention in this game. He is in Italy, and I think he was very deliberate. Am I not supposed to say that? I'm sorry.
You're spoiling the surprise again. You're a spoiler.
Spoiler. Sorry.
We're gonna go to it shortly. So.
But I think it was probably, since I've already said it, I think it was probably a deliberate choice on Peter's part to take something that couldn't get taken out early, because he knows he's going to draw attention. But I think people are going to have their eyes on him, and he's going to be somebody there that no one's going to want to let him out of the gate. Nicola does great at the long game. He hasn't been finishing as well in some of these top board scenarios that we've seen, but I think he's got what it takes to do it today.
All right. So Tanya, we're going to get your prediction in a little bit once Brian joins us and takes over as host. But while we have you, and while Adam's still here, why don't you give us your thoughts on how the tournament's gone so far?
Yeah, it's been great. I have definitely have tournament envy that I didn't play this game, but what I've heard this tournament. But what I've heard from most people have been, there's been good boards, great new players. People are really excited to see a lot of the new players that showed up today continue to play virtual. So I'm hoping that does happen, and just overall really good, solid play. I don't think there was many games where you'd look at it and be like, what happened on that board, right? Like, why did any of that happen? So people played really well, and I think the skill level is just getting higher and higher, and I think this tournament was a good indication of that.
What do you guys? So we're waiting for Brian. He's having a little technical trouble, so we'll chitter chatter a little bit more here. What do you guys make of the fact that there really weren't a lot of big board tops? Faren had one in round 6 rather. The 14-14 share top was kind of one of the bigger center counts as well. Do you guys think that had to do with the scoring system, or maturity of the hobby, or just cautious play maybe? You guys have any thoughts on that?
I think it's just a reality of the game that, getting up to those really large center counts just isn't that easy. And it's a function of the way the dynamics on these boards play, but I think it's just a function of, there being pretty good play on all sides of the board, and there's a level of caution, there's a level of take what you can get, but don't push your luck. sometimes when you don't think the solo's there. So I'm not overly surprised. I actually think we saw a few interesting games where we did see alliances playing up to 11-11 or even that 14-14, and that's treading dangerous waters when you're pushing an alliance to that size. And the question really becomes, in the context of a 6-round tournament where you're getting 3 scores that counts, is it worth the risk of doing that if you may end up on the wrong side of the outcome? Or is ending the game with a really good score that's maybe not a solo or maybe not a 17 center, is that sufficient to get you where you need to go? And we saw that play out in a few games as well.
You also can't really ignore the fact that people do play differently when there's a top board involved. There's a good chance, if there's no top board, that either Russ or Ed in that game where they shared the top don't do that, right? They went into that thinking, there's a good chance this other guy's going to be on the top board with me. Why don't I take this shared draw, because it could be beneficial to me, if we both make it in the end. And people have that calculation all the time. So that's might have something to do with the smaller board tops or the shared tops. And I don't think that this scoring system necessarily, hurts that. In fact, it might even incentivize it.
Yeah, and even going one step further, thinking of the Ed Russ 14-14 situation, in a tournament where a solo is going to get you very close to a tournament win, I don't see how somebody's not going for it there. But in a top board tournament, a solo doesn't get you a tournament win. It gets you on the top board for sure, but they were getting on the top board anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, I know there are people who are thinking about different ways to structure tournaments to sort of force people to go for it more. But this is an interesting way to play. There's a real debate in the hobby about whether shared board tops are good or bad for play, and we will let that debate continue on its own without us. Before we say goodbye to Adam Silverman, I'm going to bring on Mr. Brian Fravel, coming to us from sun-drenched Chicago, Illinois. Brian, welcome.
Thank you for having me. This has been the culmination of an entire season of virtual play. I'm really excited to have the opportunity to cover this game.
I am happy to turn over the reins to you, so I will do it symbolically by switching our places. And I'm also going to, that means I'm going to let let Adam off the hook. It's your job.
All right, Adam, thank you so much for joining us. Wish you happy holiday season with you and your family, and look forward to working with you soon.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, Brandon, Tanya, working with you today, and looking forward to watching the rest of the coverage.
All right, thanks.
Great work, Adam. Thanks, man.
That means that it is time for us to get to our live coverage of the 2021 Virtual Diplomacy Championship. This is the single largest tournament that we've had in the 2021 season for virtual play. And the winner of this will be crowned a world champion. So really excited. Let's go ahead and take a look at, what do you say? Should we look at the Paris method, our power selection?
Yeah, I think we need to give a little bit of background for viewers who may not be familiar with it, because Subby doesn't do that. They were a bit rushed for time.
Yeah.
So I can do that unless you would like to.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll pull up the video while you're doing that.
Sure thing. So the Paris method is a way for us to remove another element of chance from the game. It's the only element of chance that's in the let's see, we'll give Tanya a break here. It's the only element of chance that is in the rule books for the game of diplomacy, and that is who gets what power. So instead of picking out of a hat, we have the player's performance from the previous 6 rounds to give us a reason to put them in an order. And then the higher seeds will get a slight advantage based on the logistics of how the power selection is going to go. And the question is, how are they going to use it? What's going to happen here is that the players in reverse order, from the lowest seed, Liam Stokes, up to the highest seed, who is Faren Jane, are going to choose which order they're going to choose their powers in. So Liam's going to go first, And then Peter, who comes next, is going to get to decide whether to go before or after Liam. And then so on all the way up the line until we have a definitive order. And then we'll go back down the line and select and they'll select their powers. Just a quick note on strategy for this. Some people prefer to get the power that they want. Some of them like playing certain powers more than others. Some players like to see where other players are going to choose. And so if they have the option, will place themselves behind those other players so that maybe they can get on the other side of the board. And we will see it. There is one player who did that, who took advantage of that. Everyone else ends up being a little bit straightforward. But it is still interesting to see where they decided to choose and what powers they chose.
All right, well, let's bring that video up now.
Are we? Okay. All right. Welcome to VDC Top Board. Congrats on qualifying, everyone. We're going to start on the pairs method. And in 7th place is Liam. Liam, you do not get a choice in this matter. 6th place is Russ. Which order would you like to go?
I'd like to go as high as I can.
Okay. High as you can. Next up is Peter. Peter, where would you like to go?
I'm going to go ahead of those two.
Okay. After Peter, Ed, where would you like to be?
Guys, wait a second. You're going too fast. Give me a second.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I need to see the little flags. I'm slow.
All right, let's just restart this, I guess. I'm so sorry, everyone.
So, Liam lost the tiebreak.
I did.
Okay, continue.
Okay. Russ, which position would you like to be?
I'd like to be, again, as high as I can.
Okay. Peter, where would you like to be?
I'd like to choose my country first.
Okay. Ed, where would you like to be?
I'd like to be one ahead of Liam.
Okay. And Nicola, where would you like to be?
Before Peter.
Before Peter. Okay. Noam, where would you like to? Noam, where would you like to be?
I'd like to choose as early as possible.
Okay. And Faren, where would you like to be?
I'll be boring and pick first.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. All right, so let's start on the country selection. Faren, what country would you like to be?
I'm going to stay boring and pick France.
Okay. Noam Brown, what country would you like to be?
I'll go with Russia.
Okay. Nikolai, which country would you like to be?
Pick England.
Okay, thank you. Peter, which country would you like to be?
Give me a sec. Okay, I'll take Italy.
Okay. Russ, which country would you like to be?
Germany.
Okay. Ed, which country would you like to be?
Turkey.
And Liam, you will be Austria.
So many options to choose from.
Unfortunately, luck of the draw. That is all the countries selected for the top board. And good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good luck, everyone.
All right, so we see a pretty straightforward draw with the exception of Ed Sullivan choosing to drop all the way to second to last. Big debate with Paris Method is, are you selecting the power or are you selecting the player that you were a neighbor against? Tanya, I'll start with you. Did anything surprise you with either the selection order or the powers that were selected?
Not Not too much. I see that Ed wanted to see who was going to be where before he made his choice. And interesting enough, he picked underneath Russ. So he did want to see where Russ was going to end up before deciding what country he would like to be. So that's something to. And then he picks Turkey, which is as far away from Russ as he could have gotten with the two options he had left. So that'll be interesting enough.
Yeah, and it's possible that gives us some insight into Ed's strategy for this game as well. Brandon, what were your thoughts? Any early developing stories based off of the draft?
Yeah, Ed's the only one who made any kind of move here. And as I interview him, and as you'll see in a second, he was actually wanting to be further away from Faren than anyone else. And so I think he was very happy with how this worked out. It was interesting that he dropped so far down. Usually people who want to drop back will only drop to 4 or 5, but to drop to 6 was definitely a big risk. So he came in prepared to play Turkey. The other thing that stood out to me here was Noam picking Russia with the second pick. It's not usually a country that goes early. And it's clear that he wants to play diplomacy. Like, Russia is a country that has to talk to nearly everyone on the board pretty much from the get-go. So it's a bold choice. I like it. I like the East for top boards. The West tends to get messier and just take longer to work out, interestingly enough. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think the other big storyline for me was we had Peter McNamara picking Italy again. That is the power that he, of course, won the 2020 DBNI playing. This time, I believe he selected it earlier, if I recall correctly. But yeah, that's something we've seen a lot of success from him on. Tanya, what do you feel like that's telling the rest of the board?
I think he thought, I don't want to be in a super strong. I don't think Peter wants to be France or Turkey or a country where he can just be ganged up upon. I think he wants to be able to be in a position where he can maybe get Faren to back off him. He knew she was going to be in France, and then focus on the East. So I'm thinking that he thinks the most flexibility is in Italy, and he might be right. He could probably decide where he wants to focus, which way he wants to go, and then dictate the board based on his play like that.
Yeah, in high-level play, Italy tends to do very well for those exact reasons. It's in the middle of the board, can dictate a lot of what happens in other theaters. And I think the other thing to keep in mind is that this is a timed round. I believe the games will end in 1910. So in timed games, sitting right there in the middle of the board, don't have to worry about getting bottled up in a stalemate line if you can get out of the gate. Sometimes Italy does well in these top board kind of situations. Let's take a look now and start hearing from some of our players.
Let me just add one quick point for the viewers. And this may be relevant because it is a timed game. If two players end up tied with the same number of centers, the order in which they selected will determine the winner, with the later selector being the one who comes out on top. So that's another reason to put themselves back, and that could come into play here.
Yep.
And if I recall correctly, at the last VDC, this exact thing happened, and Morgante possibly edged out Nicola because of that tiebreaker.
That is correct, and won the first VDC as a result. So, okay, well, let's go in selection order. We'll hear from our players, starting we're in reverse order, starting with Liam.
All right, I'm here with Liam Stokes, the perpetual number 7 seed. Liam,
Thanks, Brandon.
You have perfected the art of making it, of barely squeaking into top boards. Is today gonna? You've done it. This is the third time you've done that, right?
This is the third time. Yeah, it's low stress. I don't have to worry about the Paris method. I'm just sitting here and enjoying the ride.
Did you have a strategy going into the Paris method?
Just get my name on the board.
Well, you succeeded at that. Were you surprised to get Austria instead of Turkey?
A little bit. I have most of my moves going through last night in my head were how I'm going to have a Turkish Open, so have to do some quick recalculus here.
Do you have any thoughts? So you are definitely in an interesting spot. You've got Peter McNamara in Italy. You've got Ed Sullivan in Turkey. And you've got the newcomer, Noam Brown, in Russia. Any thoughts on initial strategy? How are you going to approach this?
I think I just have to talk to my neighbors, and I have to make a case of why I'm going to be somebody who they want on their side when push comes to shove, as opposed to any of the other sharks on the board. You know, I feel a little bit like Chum in the water, but you know, one day Chum will come on top. So
someday Chum wins. I just interviewed Ed Sullivan, and he referred to you as the Delta variant of the hobby.
He'd be the Omicron variant if that's the case.
Very good. I asked him who the Omicron variant was, and he said himself. So
there you go.
You guys are in agreement on that, and that seems like off to a good start. All right, man. Who's gonna top this board? Who's gonna be the next VDC champion?
If it can't be me, I'll give it to Nicola.
Okay, but is it going to be you?
Time will tell.
Liam. All right. Good luck, Chum. Infect those sharks, and good luck, man.
All right. Thanks, Brandon.
All right. So we are going to go ahead and start with our 1901 turns here. So we'll go ahead and bring up the game. Just as a reminder, this is the Diplomacy Broadcast Network and the virtual world diplomacy community. We're proud to present the 2021 Diplomacy Championship. 54 players competed in 20 games across 6 rounds of internationally friendly tournament play, making this the largest virtual tournament of the 2021 season. It's been a wild ride. We've seen all of the steps to help us get there, help our top 7 reach the top. I think the last thing we need to do is predictions. Brandon, I'm going to put you on the spot. You've seen it all. Who's going to win this thing? I'm sure it's a fantastic prediction, but you're on mute.
Yeah. All right, that won't be the first time that happens tonight. Can we bring up the board with the players in place? I think I got it on mine. If you want to just go to that. Yep, there we go. All right, so here are the players in place. Man, I am really looking forward to seeing what Noam does here. The hobby has become something where you really have to prove yourself before other top players will trust you. And I don't know if Noam has gotten there yet, despite his good results over the past few rounds. So I look for Noam to struggle a bit. I would love to see the newcomer break out, but I think he's going to be the underdog to the extent that there is one. I think Liam is also a bit of an underdog. I hate to say it, but I think Ed Sullivan could benefit from being next to 2 players who might struggle a bit. I think the West is going to be a mess. So I am going to live to regret this as it's coming out of my mouth. It hurts. I feel parts of my interior dying as I say this, but I'm picking Ed Sullivan to win.
All right, so Brandon predicts the next virtual diplomacy champion will be Ed Sullivan. Tanya, who do you like?
You know, I kind of disagree, Brandon. I think the winner might be in the West. I think this is the game for that. And Easts generally are a bit messier than the West is. And you've got some really strong players in the West here. You know what? I think it's between Nicola and Faren for the win here. I think one of those 2 will end up on top. I think hearing what Liam said about wanting to give it to Nicola if it's not going to be him is a good indication if Liam can get out of the gate at all. But since Adam already picked Nicola, I'm going to go with Faren.
I like that choice a lot. Faren has proven over and over that they know exactly what they need to win. It's very interesting to me to have Nicola and Faren adjacent to each other because I feel like they do share a few similarities in that they both tend to play the tournament. They tend to play the scores. They identify exactly what they need to get the wins. And I think that was reflected when we looked at their statistics earlier on. I've got a really hard time betting against Peter McNamara. He was the 2021 or the 2020 Diplomat of the Year, playing Italy extremely well, knows how to manipulate the board, sitting in the middle, can make a last minute dot grab. I think if he can avoid a strong West versus East, I think he's going to do great. So that would be my pick going into this.
Man, I have to say, diplomacy is a game where people's strengths can be neutralized by collective effort by others, and one player should not be able to dominate for a very long time because everyone else should realize that they need to work together to stop them. So if Peter wins, this will represent somewhat of a collective failure on the other players' part.
So shame on the rest of the hobby if Peter McNamara wins the 2021 VDC. All right, well, let's get to our moves. I'm going to go ahead and share that out.
It's worth also noting Peter still needs, I think, to finish third or higher to guarantee a spot on the DBNI, so that will be in the back of his mind. And the score does count here. Players get 1.5 times the base score added to their scores, other scores, whether they've played 3 or 4 games. I believe the software is multiplying the scores already, so the numbers you see there are the actual numbers that they will get added to their score.
Got it. Yeah, so that is very important. So this will absolutely count towards who wins, but it also impacts tournament standings. So for those that are looking for DBNI points, there may be some decisions that they make about possibly trying to come in second or third. Even if they're not in contention to win, they may be trying to maximize their score for DBNI reasons. So with that, let's get to our first turn. Brandon, I'm going to have you start out with our color, and Tanya, with our play-by-play. Tanya, you can fill in color. Let's do it.
Just real quick, though, the timer is blinking in the upper right-hand corner. You may want to shut that off.
There we go.
Okay, great. All right, so let's see. I is directed to nothing in particular. We have the Maginot opening from Faren Jane, which is conservative, but she is rewarded by not having a unit in Piedmont or in the English Channel. So a standard opening from Russ Dennis, standard opening from Nicola Sah, who chooses York over Edinburgh. And elsewhere, we have the bounce in Black Sea. We have the bounce in Galicia. Noam elects to move Moscow south, not north. And we have Ed Sullivan choosing the middle path with Smyrna to Ankara rather than committing himself one way or the other by going to Constantinople or Armenia. Lastly, Peter McNamara plays it pretty safe here. You often see Italy's these days moving to Tyrolia just to have a finger in different pots. And Peter says, no, I'm fine with the one pot that I got.
Nothing too crazy here. Seems to be pretty standard. Can't really tell what the alliances are going to be based off of these moves. So it's still, anyone's to convince anyone. So that's about it.
Yeah, it's been my experience in a lot of top boards. A lot of times people tend to play what they're used to. So you tend to see a lot of very conservative openings. And unlike the rest of this tournament, which rewarded a playstyle where 2 individuals could ally up and both have large scores and kind of carry each other across the line. In this system, if you want to win it, you're going to have to keep everyone close. So in many cases, people are unwilling to get out to that early jump, early lead, and become a target that the rest of the board unifies against. So keep an eye on that as we move into the fall.
Sticking with me for the play-by-play. All right, well, the eye is drawn directly to the center of the board and Munich. Faren Jane has gotten into Munich, getting 3 dots in 01 and pushing Russ Dennis back. This in combination with an aggressive move by Russ to go to Skagerrak in Denmark. So Russ presumably was not expecting this at all, unless it's part of some very devious Western triple, which would see that French army now going to Silesia next. It would be awkward with an English army in Belgium, which was convoyed over. In the east, we have Ed Sullivan making a choice here and going to Armenia. This is definitely anti-Russian, especially in combination with the bounce in Romania, which was done in combination with Liam Stokes. The bounce in Galicia keeps everyone out of that. Noam does, however, get Sweden at least for 1 year. The move to Skagerrak suggests that he won't get to keep it, but he is going to get a build here, which will at least give him some ability to try to hold off what is clearly an oncoming wave in the south. The other thing of note here is that Peter McNamara does not do anything with his armies, does not convoy or move to Trieste here. This is a very slow conservative play by Peter, who's probably thinking the rest of the board is going to be a food processor, and he just wants to stay out of the way.
Agreed, Brendan. I think I don't want to be Russ or Noam on this board right now. I think that I would be very shocked to see Nicola, Faren, and Russ decide they want to Western triple this early. I think that if they did, this wouldn't be the move set that we would be seeing. I think that it's very likely that what we're seeing is the beginning of an EF, and whether it stays an EF is to be determined. But I don't see this kind of play. I think Nicola and Faren are both very cautious, slow-moving players most of the time. So if they're going to be making moves like this, I think they've decided that, Russ might be the odd one out. So it'll be interesting to see. You made a comment on, Noam losing Sweden next turn, but if it truly is EF, I think Germany works with Noam here to maybe try and kick Nicola out or stop him or slow him down. So we'll see what happens, or the other way around. Noam decides to work with Nicola. Many interesting moves. A bit of a shame to not get into Romania and then to have a fleet in the black and an army in Armenia. So Ed has made his choice. Austria is for now going to work with him. And of course, Peter sitting and waiting, seeing where he needs to be in 1902.
Yeah, Peter must be delighted to see France getting 3 builds here, assuming there's no Western triple, which I think is a pretty safe assumption for this board. But yeah, for Peter to have someone else be the bogey person is, and have the attention directed to them is great for him. The other thing I would point out here that might sort of give us some insight into what's going on behind the scenes, which we have Sideline reporters, so they'll tell us, but the fact that Noam led the move to Romania with the fleet suggests very strongly that he thought an AR was in the offing here. That is something that is very AR friendly. It's not RT friendly. So Noam, I would guess, is going to be most surprised at Liam, the fact that Liam seemingly has betrayed him here.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. I do feel like both Noam and Russ kind of, I'll be shocked if they saw the results that they were expecting. So I guess the big question for me is, in the West, was it, obviously France and England appear to be working together, but who was it that told Russ the line that they bought? Any guesses?
Both of them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if Russ thought he had the choice here.
My guess is that Russ expected Burgundy to go to Belgium here and bounce the English out. But that's maybe 60-40. I can imagine lots of other things that Russ was told and chose to believe.
Well, the one thing I will say is my statement about not making an aggressive play, playing the standard things that you're comfortable with, and good on Russ for mixing it up. This will be very exciting to see how this plays off, and I'm in agreement with Tanya. I think that it will be necessary. My read is it'll be necessary for Germany and Russia to work together in this position, or they're both going to be hurting.
Yeah, I'm with you. My worry, though, is that Russ, sometimes when you've taken a knife out and pointed it in a certain direction, you then feel obligated to keep pushing it in that direction. So that would be my worry with Russ, that he thinks he has to take Sweden just because it's there.
All right. Well, here is winter of 1901. Before we see these orders, let's get a sideline report. Go ahead and share that out. While I'm doing that, any predictions for what we'll see for our adjustments?
I will be surprised if we don't see Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London. That's one thing.
Fleet Liverpool.
I'm sorry. No, Fleet Edinburgh and Fleet London. Yes, I'm sorry. EF. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brain fart.
I agree with that. I wouldn't be shocked if Faren chooses to build 2 instead of 3, just to, mitigate some of early fears that she's got too many units already.
All right. Well, let's keep that in mind, and let's get our sideline interview from Saren and Marcus have been working. I won't say tirelessly because I know both of them are very tired, but working extremely hard behind the scenes. We're incredibly grateful anytime we can get the player's perspective or somebody who's in the game, not just staring at the board like we are, adds so much of depth. So here we go.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm here with Russ Dennis. Russ, you were picking 5th after being 6th. What did you think when Ed dropped down below you?
I was happy. I would rather be Germany than Austria or Turkey, though. There's a lot of challenges with where I'm placed right now.
So when you saw Nicola and Faren in the West already, you're like, all right, I'll jump with those sharks as opposed to being with some other treacherous folks in the East?
Well, I'm more actually concerned with Noam in Russia and Faren in France, because they both immediately did that. They worked together, did a split board top in a previous round. So that's more concerning to me really than Nikolai being in England. So I kind of like Nikolai being in England.
Nice, excellent. Based on other top board experience, I know you came close in the DBNI with a lot of these players. What's going to translate into today from those past times?
I feel like I guess after I got my tournament win, I play a little bit more. I don't feel like I have this weight on me, so I think that's only helped my play, honestly. And I don't think there's going to be a huge difference all around. But I'm comfortable playing Germany. It's just going to be, there's some real power dynamics and interpersonal dynamics that I have to try to wade through. But I'm excited for the game. I don't have any expectations. I just want to play the best game I can.
Excellent. Well, Germany, by statistics, has had a really poor year. So if you come out on top, it might be Morgante topping with Turkey last year. So best of luck, Russ, and hopefully we'll see you at the finish line.
Great. Thank you, Kevin.
All right, so let's keep those results in mind as we take a look at our adjustments or those comments. Whoops. Go back here. Sorry about that. Apparently it kicks out. There we go. So we had a prediction that we would have.
Sorry, we don't have a sideline report, do we?
We do have a sideline report. You're right. Let's get to that. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, hello from the sidelines. I'm Marcus here, and I am with Saren, although I'll be the only one appearing on video during this. We've been following the players around and listening to those negotiations, and it's been a very interesting 1901. Also, we've got the moves up here for the first time in sideline reporting history. Anyway, we started off with an East that was kind of non-committal. Everyone sort of not really agreeing too much with each other. It did seem there were 2 pairs who were considerably more comfortable with each other than with anyone else. That is, Noam and Peter immediately sort of gelled when they talked, and Ed and Liam also immediately gelled. There was also discussion around the board about how Ed and Liam would probably work together in an AT, given that they worked together quite often in the past. So that's worth considering. We also had a kind of more interesting situation in the West, and that's mainly down to one player, and that one player is Russ. Russ's negotiation style off the bat was a really odd one for a top board. It was very, very aggressive. Now, he went off the bat, and he went and talked to Peter and tried to get Peter to go to Piedmont. And Peter was down for that as long as they could kill Faren very quickly. And of course, killing France quickly is difficult. Russ then goes to Faren and he says, you know, are you willing to stay out of Burgundy this phase just to secure an alliance between us? And Faren was not having that. Faren was like, no, I think I'll cover Burgundy just to be safe. And then rather than leaving it there, Russ doubled down. He went, I've never seen a Germany in a good game ever go to Burgundy. You don't need to go there. And Faren was still not budging on the issue. And the amount Russ pushed it, it was beyond what I've seen on a top board, honestly, at least in 1901. But Faren did not accept it at all. They went on to negotiate with different people, and they did mention a sea line a little bit. And then there's where the next interesting part of the story comes in, which is that both players then went to Nicola and told Nicola about the other one proposing the sea line against him. So clearly not a huge amount of trust between Faren and Russ here. They've kind of burnt their bridges right off the bat. If we move ahead to the fall here, well, we had a bit less negotiation this phase. Honestly, it was kind of weird. We saw a lot of players just go to their rooms and sit there for a while rather than talking to people. They clearly had preferences on who they wanted to be talking to and would jump in and grab them when they had the chance. So the most interesting things we had this phase, Russ seemed to be on the bad end of whatever happened on the last phase. And you can see that in the results here. He got Munich and Belgium taken, mainly because, again, he was being particularly aggressive in his negotiations with everyone. And I guess it must have been a little too much for Nicola as well, because Nicola and Faren were generally polite talking to Russ, and, you know, as per you'd normally expect. Whereas when they went to each other and talked to each other, they were sharing everything that he said. So they clearly locked something in there. Now, in the East, we had some fear about an EF. And earlier in the game, I think it was Ed said, Peter as Italy never goes west. You know, we're never going to get him to do that. But right here, Peter actually suggested an AIT with him going west, specifically because I think he's worried about this alliance and this Nicola Faren alliance. And yeah, Ed was super happy with that. Liam was also super happy with that. And as you can see, they pushed in. I haven't actually seen the builds yet. I'm recording this during the winter. But Ed also agreed to build an army as part of this alliance. So if that happened, you'll know better than I, then this may be an AIT forming, which, of course, something we don't see very often. It's going to be interesting.
Wow.
That's amazing. That's
yeah. Amazing. So a couple things stood out to me, but Tanya, I'm going to start with you. You're on mute. Just what are your thoughts after seeing that?
I mean, that's great. Like, firstly, I just want to point out that it does not shock me whatsoever that Noam and Peter McNamara would get along the way that Marcus explained that they did. So that's nice. Maybe they can do something there, but seems unlikely.
Because one studies artificial intelligence and the other one is artificial intelligence?
Exactly, Brendan. And so, yeah, I mean, interesting stuff. I'm not really shocked that Russ sort of went in there and started arguing with Faren. And Nicola is a very easy player. You know, you go up to him, you propose what you want. He says, let's just be safe and do it. And, you know, Faren's going to like that a lot more than fighting over Burgundy. So no doubt in my mind that they'll go on for a while as allies. Nicola's super happy to maybe even prop up Faren until the end and then maybe come in and sweep after. So yeah, not too shocked. Little unfortunate for Russ that he went that aggressively against Faren there. And yeah, I think Nicola probably feels pretty comfortable based on the two of them fighting like that. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm with you, Tanya. This board, the 1901, has set up really well for Nicola. You know, Russia's got pressure on the downside. EF are off to a good start, and Russ has alienated the people he needs most. Yeah, I think the comment that like people went and sat by themselves in fall of 1901 is stunning. Like that is the turn where wheeling and dealing normally is you know on fire. So it's diplomatically a tracked game early. I don't expect that to last, but it's interesting that it happened so quickly.
Particularly in a top board. This is very atypical behavior. I've seen this kind of set up in like a draw size scoring or something like that, but very unusual in this kind of game. In my mind, if we've got an EF versus an AT out of the gate, it's obvious, but how Italy and Russia respond to this, I think, is going to dictate a lot about what we see next. So, all right, well, let's take a look here.
Well, so the army build in Turkey. Does Ed build an army or a fleet here? Army, huge.
There it is.
Huge.
Okay, so yeah, and Faren did not wave. Built all three. We've got the army build in Marseille rather than a fleet. What does that tell you, Tanya?
It tells me that she doesn't want two fleets to maybe piss off either England or Italy. And that's very reasonable. If her main fight is going to be, you know, in the center against Germany, why have two fleets? What are you going to do with them? You know, then you have three fleets. You're going to have to fight. Like you're going to either, you know, scare Italy or you're going to scare England, and you don't want to do that. So I think, you know, I think I may have waived it myself just so I could have that flexibility in 1903 in case one of them did come after me. But two armies here is perfectly fine, and what I would do if I was building three as well.
I'm with you, Tanya. What's she going to do with the second army here? That's the thing, right? So if you don't really have something specific to do with it, then
second fleet.
No, the army. I'm with Tanya that I would have waived one here.
Got it.
So you know, one army I can see what you're going to do with it. Go to Burgundy. You can use it to support, you know, Munich, the army back into Munich. But with the second army, what are you going to do? It's going to go to Piedmont. I'd rather hold on to it and build a fleet if Peter does come after me.
All right. Well, the game is already very interesting and unusual for a top board, and we're only in spring of 1902. Tanya, why don't you lead us off in 1902?
Yeah, I can do. And I did want to point out that Noam's one build was a northern build. So he either is, I'm giving up on the south, or, you know, what can I do to stop these two, or, you know, so we'll see. And maybe it's a smart play, right? Like, how do you stop the AT if you don't have anyone to help you out here? Might as well try and kick out Nicola or get some northern builds. So seems what he's doing here. Taking Norway. So yeah, Russia takes Norway, and then Russ comes in and takes Sweden, as you predicted there, Brandon. And we see the continuing of the EF with Faren. Hey, maybe a smart thing, maybe to build that army. She gets into Burgundy and keeps Italy and Peter McNamara out of Piedmont, which could be key. So what it is looking like, or it's an arranged bounce, which, you know what, knowing these two players, it's an arranged bounce. So fine defensively. The fleets are getting into a position to go either north or south, or just sit there for the next couple of years, which is likely what's going to happen. And EF is making its moves. There's a triple bounce on Kiel. Defensively, I suppose Russ is just hoping to pick up Sweden. He doesn't keep Holland. He retreats into Ruhr. Looks fine. You know, Nicola's probably annoyed that he's getting kicked out of Norway, but he can get it back. And I'm sure if they work together, you know, Nicola and Faren, that they'll be able to take out Germany and Russia pretty quickly.
This really strikes me as wishful thinking on Russ's part. He is, hoping that the EF will find use for him, but it's going to be at the sacrifice of his home centers and any chance he has to win. Russ really only had one option here, which was to support Denmark down into Kiel, go back to Denmark, and form some solidarity with Russia. He would have been able to kick France, Faren out of Munich, and at least stay even. He probably would have lost Denmark. He's going to lose it anyway. This is not great for Russ, and it's fantastic for the EF and probably Nicola overall. The other thing that strikes me is that Peter McNamara, I remember back to the DBNI now, he, I think, spent the entire game hinting to Austria and Turkey that he would go west and never did. And I feel that sort of thing coming on. Faren, I don't remember if Faren was in there, but Faren, I think, is setting up to move on Tunis and try to neutralize Peter off the bat.
What do you mean, Brandon? He tried to go west. He tried to go to Piedmont. So there's a comment in the comments. Nicola said that he thinks the business in Sweden's arranged, that it's perhaps a German-Russian agreement to get position. Tanya, could you see that working? Is that how you read on the board?
Yeah, I mean, I figured it was a swap, right? Sweden goes to Norway, takes Norway, and then Russ takes Sweden to backfill. I assume that was an agreed upon. I don't think Russ alienates the one person who might not be attacking him in the West. So I agree. I think that is definitely arranged. I agree with Brandon that I don't think it was the best move set that Russ could have made here. But, maybe he thought he would be keeping Holland somehow and wanted another build potentially in the fall. But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, wishful thinking if it was so.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and hear our interview from our Russian player. We'll bring up Noam.
I have with me Noam Brown, who is the number 2 seed going into the top board of the the virtual World Diplomacy Championship. Noam, are you excited getting into this final board?
I would say mostly nervous, but yes, also excited.
So going into the Paris method, you obviously had a lot of control over where you picked and what country you got. Tell us a little bit about your strategy.
Yeah, I was actually kind of hoping to pick Russia. I knew I wasn't going to get to pick first probably because, somebody would pick first and probably pick France. So I was actually very happy with how it turned out. And I figured I had a good game with Russia previously in the tournament. I feel like there's a lot of potential to grow or to die. And, if I'm going for a win or a not win, it seems like a good country to choose.
Yeah. Anyone on the board who you're particularly excited to play with? I don't know if you've had a chance to play with all of the folks who you're going to be playing with today.
I think in this tournament, I played with Faren and had a really great alliance with her earlier, where we had a shared board top. A lot of the other players I haven't actually played with in this tournament. I have played with them before, and our lineup looks very, very strong. I will be very surprised if I come out on top from this, but I figure it's worth a shot.
Well, there's certainly no weak players on this board. In fact, there's no non-sharks on this board. Anyone in particular who makes you nervous?
I mean, like I said, I played personally with Faren, and I got to say, her ability to read the board and make an alliance work is really impressive. So I think, she's going to be the one to look out for, I think. But basically everybody on this board, I think, is, very strong at this game. So, yeah, we'll see.
So you went in hoping for Russia. Any insights in terms of how you'd like to approach Russia?
Yeah, I think the main thing that I want to do is not neglect the North. I think that's something that I've learned, playing with diplomacy, working on it. And I think it's something that I underestimated earlier when I was new to the game. So I'm going to try to play a balanced game in the North and the South.
Great. Well, Noam, I wish you the best of luck on today's board.
Thank you.
All right.
So Noam selected Russia early, obviously had a plan going into this, talked about going north, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Anything enlightening from that conversation about the current state of the board?
Just the fact that he wanted to be in Russia still, it just tickles me. Yeah.
All right, well, let's get to the fall and see how this works out.
Yeah, Tanya, you're on play-by-play, right?
That's right. Okay, so all right, so Russia. So we do see that a German-Russian sort of alliance trying to hold on to what they have, and Russia keeps Norway there, which is great for them for now. But we'll see how long they're able to actually hold on to that. And then you've got this continuous EF moving into Germany. They don't make a play on Kiel, which they could have, but why not? Let's just do it slow and steady, and we'll get there eventually. So you have the EF going into Ruhr, taking Holland this turn. I don't think Russ loses one, so he does get to keep his 4 units still, which I don't, we'll see what he can do with them. He's going to have to try and have someone on his side. And, a little bit of a laugh for me because there's Italy moving west again, right? With the move to the Westman and Piedmont that obviously do not succeed because why would they? I'm sure all of those bounces are arranged. Faren does bounce herself just in case. I mean, why not? What else are they going to do? So, yep, pretty standard there, what we're expecting. And then, we have a bit of a change, though, in the East with Ed helping Peter into Greece. Not the best, maybe arranged. The fleet is gone. No Austrian fleet, no retreat. So maybe this was an arrangement to give Italy that 5th dot so that Italy decides to work with the AT instead of with the EF. So that could have been arranged, and then no Austrian fleet to be worried about, and then a fleet in the black. Not a bad position for Italy when there's no threat coming from one way. So, and then, AT continuing their advance, taking Sweden, not looking too great for Noam in that sense. Probably will be losing Moscow and Warsaw quite soon unless he can get some defense somewhere.
Yeah, that the taking of Greece smacks of AIT to me here, and credit to Peter for negotiating a good deal, right? Like he needs some security in order to be able to. So the argument goes, in order to be able to put down another fleet to go west. We'll see how that it evolves. To be honest, I mean the EF is kind of stymied a little bit here for the moment. I don't expect that to last, but Noam and Russ make the right guess here over Norway versus Denmark, and kudos to them. Noam gets a little positional advantage with Galicia, and Liam could have stopped that by using Vienna to support Galicia, did not, so pays the price for that. But he'll get to rebuild that fleet as an army, and I expect the AT to take Russia out here fairly quickly. Whether it's the right thing to do or not is another question.
A lot of chatter in the comments right now about Russia, Germany, the meta and the hobby right now. Russia has done extremely well recently in virtual play and in some extended deadline as well, kind of on a resurgence. Germany, on the other hand, has just been clobbered. I believe Germany this year is worse than Turkey was last year overall from our statistics. So we are seeing that be true to form. And then, as you were saying about this move in Greece, that to me absolutely is arranged with Austria being the loser and Turkey, I think, being the one who's coming out of top out of this kind of arrangement.
It's an open question, really, and it's a good one. to see who's got the better in this long, in the AIT as it's set up now. I kind of feel like Nicola does, but Nicola has gone down a unit here. Or no, he's not. He's even because he's taking Holland. I still think Nicola wins in the long run.
If you're AT at this point, you start thinking, how much for there's two ways to do this. You either get to the Russian dots before England does, or you prop up Russia to slow England down. So I think, that's a discussion they'll probably be having, whether to help Noam out since he's stopping England or to keep taking his centers. So we could definitely see more of an Eastern quadruple possibly happening, maybe not.
This board could lock up.
I think I really like Ed's position here. I think, he's getting another build. What is he gonna build a fleet? Another army? Does he wave it? A lot of options, and no one really to fight him. No one's fighting Ed. It's great.
I don't know what you put down if you're Ed here. This will, if he doesn't wave, it will be some indication of his longer term strategy.
I am going to make a prediction right now. Fall of 1902. Germany will not survive this game. Russia will, because I think that Peter is going to be putting some diplomatic pressure on the AT so that he's got a wild card in Russia able to help if he decides to move east. So keep an eye on that. For now,
did somebody write that down? I think.
Write that down. Timestamp winter 1902. And then you can all laugh at me in a minute. Right now, though, let's get a sideline report from winter of 1902.
Okay, hi, welcome back to the Sideline Report. We had a bit of an interesting phase here. So in the West, we have Russ negotiating hard, and a lot of people, when they get pushed back into this position, they're more open to, being nice in negotiations and just accepting whatever the other person says. Russ is not that. Russ is being very forceful still. But what's interesting about his forcefulness is he's offering such good deals that it might just work anyway. When he goes and talks to Nicola, he actually offers Nicola support into Munich, as well as complete assistance in the north, which it seems like a fantastic deal. But the way he's going about it, he is just constantly saying things that are putting Nicola on edge. And I don't know, maybe making Nicola think that he's not the best partner to work with, just because of his aggressiveness with it. Eventually, he says, okay, do you think you can break Faren? This is Russ saying that. And then Nicola says, I don't think we need to break Faren. I think we just need to get into a good position. And that causes a whole argument. Russ is not happy with that. And then they talk a little bit more, and Nicola asks, okay, are you going to support Norway? And Russ says, I'm not really sure. And then Nicola says, okay, you've been wasting my time. And the conversation ends there. It was looking good for a little bit, but negotiation style didn't work. Russ turns to Faren, and Russ is now trying to get Faren to attack the north. He's also talking to Noam about attacking into Norway. As you can see, he didn't actually support the move into Norway. He claimed this was a misorder at the game table, and he played it up quite a lot, but he told our Sideline reporter he was deliberately doing this. We'll see how that works out for him. In the south, Austria-Turkey telling everyone something completely different, but they're very solidly together in their own conversations. It's clear for everyone to see. Italy, Russia clearly trust each other a bit more than they trust AT, but they can't really work together at the moment, so it doesn't matter. Austria ends up lying about all of his moves, pretty much, or at least a good number of them, to both Italy and Russia in this phase. And if we move forward to the fall, which I need to very quickly click on a different thing here to do. Sorry about that. If we move forward to the fall here, we see that, Austria and Turkey at this point, they've just lied to everyone. They're not being subtle about it anymore. They go to Russia, they go to Italy, they just say, we're working together, you can be our junior partner if you want, or you can die. It's up to you. And both of those players actually accept those agreements because there really isn't much they can do. They both push for better agreements. Noam tries to get Ed to take Sevastopol with a fleet. Austria-Turkey aren't having any of it. They're just going for it. Interestingly, in the north and in the west, both of those junior partners are negotiating in a way that goes, how do I not actually make any progress here so that I can defend my backline? They're clearly not intending to actually be new junior partners. They're just seeing what they can do to trick this AT into not attacking them for now. North, there's not really much to talk about. Things continue as usual. When they get back to the game table, Peter actually congratulates Nicola on winning the game already. Is he a prophet? We'll see. I suppose this is quite early to be predicting something like that.
All right, we've got
Very
an early
calculated congratulations, I would think.
I can hear the understatement, very low key congratulations. That's where it's really fun to be sitting there on the sideline. So, anything enlightening in those conversations? I feel like a lot of it just confirmed what we had analyzed from what the board was saying.
I want to see an Eastern quadruple against the EF. I think that'd be hilarious, and exactly what I would try and do if I was in the East. Probably not as fun for Peter or Noam, but why not? Why not just try and get them on your side?
I don't know. It's a question of what you think is going to happen in the West. If and the problem for everyone in the East right now is that Nicola and Faren just seem to be getting along so well. And for me, the big story of the early game here is just Russ's inability to connect with anyone. This is a player who has had success at the top level on multiple occasions, and just is not getting any traction here and doesn't seem to be finding a path forward. So, and that's causing instability elsewhere on the board. But Liam and Ed, they just want to keep going. I don't see them really playing too much realpolitik here, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I was on board with the quadruple concept until I saw the disband of the fleet from Austria. To me, that says, hey, we're going armies. We're going up into that juicy middle of the board. And I don't see any way that anyone's going to be able to stop that. I don't think England can get there fast enough. I don't know they get St. Pete, but Moscow and Warsaw, I think, are gone. So then the question becomes, what next? I think we're already going to be seeing some steps to set up for that next phase of the game in 1903. This game is moving extremely fast. So. All right. So for our adjustments, we see there is that army. And is that a wave from Ed Sullivan?
It is. It is.
Right. So, okay.
A very cagey wave, we should say.
Yeah. Spring of 1903. Brandon, take us away.
All right, lots of black arrows in the east. We have the Turk, Ed Sullivan, moving his armies forward. The curiosity here is Trieste to Serbia. That is not necessarily what you would expect. I suppose the argument will be that it's going to go to Romania next, or possibly even Greece, but I don't think, maybe if you're Peter, you're happy to see that get away from Venice, but that's one to keep an eye on. Elsewhere on the board, we have the nothing in the Western Mediterranean continuing to not happen. We have Faren moving her armies forward. EF is continuing the destruction of Germany and establishing the great position all along that northern cluster of centers. And again, this is going to work out better for Nicola. He has better access to that cluster of centers in the north than Faren does. So there's going to have to be a move made somewhere in the EF, either giving of dots, so maybe Belgium will be transferred here. But Faren's not going to be happy just to let Nicola walk away with this. So.
Yep. Noam is saying, I'm not going to be your junior partner. Forget it. England's going to leave me alone for a bit, and I'm going to defend against this AT that is going to probably be still taking all of Russia's dots. So, at least there's a little bit of pushback on the AT alliance. Maybe it's a fight between Ed and Nicola at this point. It looks like, as to who can top this, and hopefully he doesn't get into some kind of throwing competition. But right now, both those positions look really, really good to me. Especially, Liam could be a bit of a wild card, from what I've heard. Not always, the most trustworthy ally. So we'll see. We'll see how Ed handles any of this. But it does look like, those Italian fleets might be moving towards Faren or the Eastern Mediterranean.
Right, I think easily get in there. I'll stick up for Liam. I've played with him, and we had some good alliances, so it can be done.
I think we've also seen Ed and Liam work well together as a couple, and I think that with a different partner, I might be more inclined to expect shenanigans. But in this case, I think they're probably comfortable playing with each other from a personal standpoint. And there's a lot of upside to sticking together, at least for a couple more years in this current state.
Before we move on, I just want to point out how loudly that hold in Norway speaks. It's, there is clearly something Noam could do if he wanted to, but doesn't want to make England mad.
The other move that was of interest to me, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this, Tanya, Marseille to Piedmont. Is that meaningful, or am I reading too much into that?
No, I mean, I think so. I am curious as to why. So it does look like Italy was a little afraid of Austria not, tapping Munich, but instead going to be making a play on Venice. So now I'm curious to see whether there's a way for Austria and France to work together here. Maybe Venice is lost, and Peter has misplayed by being too safe.
Well, I think so. They only have 2 on it because Trieste has gone to Serbia. But,
you're right. My apologies. Yeah,
but,
no, you're
but
right.
the point still lasts, right? It's setting up that option for the future, and Faren, establishing that bulkhead in Piedmont is a big deal. So if she wants to prosecute an attack on Italy, she now has the first piece.
It is curious though. It can't be a total attack on Italy. So I wonder if there was something lost in there was some kind of miscommunication, because if Faren was now making the move towards Italy, which I think this could have been the year to do it, she would have supported herself into the Western Med, of course, right? And we don't see that happening. So I wonder if maybe there was, we're supposed to bounce in Piedmont, but something changed last minute, or oops. So not Faren's kind of there, but she's not fully there. So we'll see.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Faren is worried about Nicola. You look at this position, you're like, okay, well, he's got Belgium, he's got Holland, he's getting Kiel. What am I getting? What's going on? And everyone else is freaking out. So congrats on winning the game, Nicola, right? That's gotta put a little bit of fear in Faren, and she's not gonna just move everything east so that Nicola has a nice walk into her centers either.
She should get Belgium here. If she does not get Belgium, then or Kiel or Berlin or something like that, then there's a mistake in the alliance.
Does Peter help support Piedmont to Tyrolia?
It would end the I in the AIT, but it would be a change. Yeah.
All right, so I think right now we are liking the positions of Nicola and Ed. Let's hear from Ed in his pregame interview.
I'm here with Ed Sullivan, the, number 4 seed in today's championship game. Ed, you have a habit of making these top boards and not winning them. What's going to change today?
All right, I have 2 second places, a third, and a fourth. The first one I went slow. First one I went fast, it didn't work. I've tried slow, and it didn't work. I'm going to win the popularity contest today. The only way I'm going to win the popularity contest today was to be as far away from Faren Jane as is possible on her diplomacy board. So it does not affect my game. I feel like of all the people, I can make the most friends. I've seen these top boards go down to popularity contests. And I think I think my game is perfectly suited to play Turkey. I'm happy to play Turkey.
Do you think that being the biggest clown in the entire hobby is going to help you win that contest?
I do, but I'm a sad clown, and sad clowns sometimes get pity. And pity's always been a good tool for me.
So you're going for the pity party. Got it.
I'm going for the pity party.
All right, you're the only person who did something interesting in the power selection. You dropped below your seed order into the 6th spot. What was your logic in doing that?
Okay, so I analyze these players as follows. There's 2 control freaks. That's Faren and Russ. There's 2 computers, which is Nikolai and Peter. There's a junior computer in training, which is Noam. And then there's a wild card. And so my thought was the control freaks are going to try and battle over. They're going to have the battle of Noam along with the computers. And I'm just going to be really friendly to them. And I've worked with Liam before, and I didn't want to be next to Peter because when Peter asked me for Trieste as Austria, I really would normally say yes to anyone else. But with Peter, I don't think I can do it. So I'm just like, look, there's going to be so much infighting among these people. If I'm patient, which I can be, and I'm friendly, I think I'm going to have options, or I'll be dead and I have work to do today, so that's fine.
Your Turkey to Italy to Peter McNamara's Italy. Peter obviously knows how to play that country. Do you have thoughts on initial strategy, how to handle that?
No, I mean, my basic thought is that he and Liam cannot possibly work together no matter what they say. Liam is the Delta variant. There's going to be fighting between the 2 of them. It'll metastasize one way or the other. And so I'm sort of counting on discord and disagreement in 1902 or 1903.
So if Liam is the Delta variant of the hobby, who is the Omicron variant?
Spreads around, but not very powerful. That's probably me.
Ah, all right. So we've got dueling COVID variants in the corner. Ed, man, good luck today. I'm not sure I'll be rooting for you, but I will be watching you.
Come on, man. I'm number 1 in everyone's heart. All right.
That helps.
Watch the Battle of Nome. The Battle of Nome will dictate this game.
All right. Good luck, Ed. Hopefully we'll interview you after.
So we've got 2020 and 2021 sitting in the corner powers right there for COVID variants.
My favorite was when Liam reiterated unprompted that Ed was the Omicron.
Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, so here we are, fall of 1903. We've got the Battle of Nome, and both of them are going after poor Nome.
It's the battle on Nome.
Yeah. So, all right, let's see what happens. Brandon.
All right, the battle on Nome continues with Liam getting into Warsaw. This smacks of a betrayed agreement. Nome was probably promised that they would get on the line and fight France in the German centers, and that was not followed up with. That's the only way to explain Nome's moves, unless they either believed it or was hopeful that it would work. Either way, it has not. The other thing that jumps out to me here is Greece being retaken with 3 holds from Peter McNamara in the south. We'll be really interested to hear from the sideline reporters if this is a misorder on Peter's part or if it was deliberate. Obviously, there was nothing he could have done about Greece. But this may also be a ploy to have him get rid of one of his armies and just be fleet heavy. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear some explanation on that. But it doesn't look good. And the thing about Liam, though, is that he's going to have 2 builds here, but only 1 open home center. So that appears to be a mistake on his part, a mistake of management. Elsewhere, Germany continues to go down, is going to lose 3 here, one of them to Nome, who's taking Sweden. So that has not worked out in the north at all for Russ. And Brian's prediction that Nome could survive and Russ will not is, I think, going up in probability. Nome could survive on, say, Sweden.
I'm glad I got that one because my prediction of Peter McNamara winning is looking less and less likely.
I wonder if Peter just sort of misplayed last year. I think if I'm Peter and I see Ed waves his build and it's completely open for me to take, and France is not coming after me, maybe I go that way, right? Because how, like, you've got two terrifying, powers behind you, and then two on the other side as well. You got to make a move. Like, if you just sit there the whole time, you're like, how do you win, right? You can survive and maybe get to 5, but how do you win? So I think that, and since Faren was so locked up, I think I would have moved those fleets to the Aegean, back when I was in Greece, if I was Peter, and he didn't, and now what, right? What's the play? Like, his game's over, I think. Well, you never know, but it's not looking great.
I wouldn't want to be Peter McNamara at this moment.
No, I love playing Italy, and I love being patient as Italy. This, to me, was a little too patient, letting other people play the game rather than influencing through positions. Yeah, rough spot.
By the way, I looked up while we had a break the DBNI last year. Well, Peter was Italy, and he did play Austria and Turkey off of each other for a while, promising to go west and not doing it. And Austria and Turkey were Faren Jane and Nicola Sah.
Thought that looked a little familiar. So that's fantastic. All right. We are going to go ahead and hear from our sideline reporters. While I'm bringing this up, normally I like to do this in 1904, but this game is moving so fast. I think it's time for some predictions. Who do we like right now at this phase of the game? Tanya, I'll start with you.
There's a lot here that I kind of like. I think Faren has a good shot if she can make the right moves. She takes Bell. She's at 7. Nicola, of course, is he at 6 now with the 3 home?
He's
1,
yes.
2, 3. Yeah. So Nicola's at 6. He's gonna build. Faren's at 7. She's got room, especially if Peter's mad. If they took Greece and Peter is angry and wants to, have an impact on this game, like, Faren's in the best position to capitalize on that. So, she's in Tuscany now. Still hasn't gone into the West Med. Maybe she's waiting for the invite from Peter, which should be coming soon, I think. And then, like, fantastic, right? I'm a big fan of that. I like the AT position. I'm just, wondering which of them is gonna get out on top. Are they just gonna Care Bear each other to the end and neither of them top, or is it gonna be one of them? If one of them can make a good stab on the other, then fantastic. That's also a great position. So I think there's a lot of play here. I don't know. I like this game. It's quite fun.
Yeah, I'm with you. The move on Italy now creates a situation where you've got 2 alliances, EF versus AT. EF has the upper hand positionally, and it's going to be a question of which alliance. There's going to be 2 questions, right? One is which alliance breaks first, and if any one of the 4 can get a good jump on their ally, then they'll win this game. And so there's going to be, I think, some. But if they go for it, don't get a good jump, then the other alliance is going to have the chance to win, and it's going to come down to how long they stick together, how much they can regain the advantage, and then who among them stabs each other. So it's going to be a little bit of game of chicken going forward for the next, I would say, year or 2. But yeah, it's fun. All right. So if I had to pick somebody right now, honestly, I would probably pick Nicola Sah. I just think he's got a bit more opportunity and more chance for pace. But that said, Faren Jane could easily gain that advantage. And with Peter letting her have free reign in the south, and then she could get the jump. So I give the advantage to the EF, slight advantage to Nicola.
All right, well, let's hear from our sideline reporters and see if that changes anything about those predictions.
Okay, here we are in 1904. This year was about the highs and lows of Peter, I think. For the first phase, it was pretty much all about Peter's frustration at getting stabbed here.
Sorry, that was spring of 4. I think,
Yeah, let me go back. Sorry about that. $1903 this time.
All right, welcome back to our 1903 report on what's going on here. In the north, we have this very, very strong EF that is sticking together. Faren actually talks a little bit to Nicola, and Nicola manages to convince her to avoid Picardy, which she was initially going to do. She also cuts Berlin for him to get into Munich. Not into Munich, into Kiel. The reasoning for the two of them is that they need to beat this Austria-Turkey alliance in the race. That's the only thing that's important to them right now. The other thing that happens in the north, Noam and Nicola have an interesting conversation here where Noam says that if you're tossing a weighted coin to decide which place to attack, maybe, sorry, I screwed that up. I'm the best sideline reporter. If you're tossing a coin to decide which place to attack, make sure it's weighted towards Denmark. I need the units to defend myself against this AT, and Nicola agrees. They actually, on the next turn, end up agreeing to help dismantle Germany together. In the south, we have this Austria-Turkey alliance that's very stuck together through thick and thin, and everyone notices that. It's technically an AIT, but everything Peter is doing is agreed with Faren. He is making sure he is not making progress over here. And if we move forward to the... let me figure this out. There we go. If we move forward to the fall phase here, you see a bunch of holds on the fleets there. Peter went, oh, well, he said a word I'm not going to say on stream. I forgot to I didn't get all my orders in on time, which was pretty blatantly not true. He is agreeing all of this with Faren. Noam tried to get Faren to bounce him in Cilicia as well, but Faren wouldn't do it. So, yeah, that didn't end up working for him, and he loses Warsaw, as you can see here. The only other interesting things in the fall, Liam did actually start talking to Peter and say, you know, I think Ed is often a cuddle bear, but he's soon going to become a cuddle bear with a gun. And he's describing what a threat Ed was going to become. But it seems like it might have been just a negotiation tactic based on moves. There weren't actually that many other conversations in fall. There was one interesting thing that happened, which was that we, the sideline reporters, got kicked out of the conversation between Nicola and Russ. They wanted to discuss something that they did not want to be on air. So I'm not sure what's being offered there. Might be something interesting. Anyway, we will see you in the winter of 1904.
That's a first. Reporters being asked to leave. Boy, that raises all kinds of questions, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Kind of suspicious, yeah.
But I want to know.
That's the point of the sideline.
What did they talk? I mean, what could they have talked about? I don't know.
All right. Well, winter of 1903, we've got some adjustments. Any predictions on what we're going to see here?
Oh, how fun would Fleet Brest be? I think we'll see Fleet Marseille, personally. And probably another army in the north from England.
Yep, I think that's right. Fleet Smyrna, maybe.
Oh yeah, if they're going after Italy now, yeah, they've made that decision. So
yeah, Fleet Smyrna, Army Trieste, obviously.
Yeah, a fleet disband from Peter, I imagine.
Could be Fleet Trieste. You never know.
Could
that would give them some military supremacy in the south.
I don't hate that. I didn't think about it immediately. But
what do you disband here if you're Peter?
Depends on who I believe.
Yeah.
If it's me, I'm disbanding Piedmont.
Yeah, just saying FU AT.
Yep.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
We'll see if he's vindictive as I am. He's not.
Oh, Tunis.
Well, I can see that. It's probably tactically better.
You do get the fleet Trieste. Thank you, Liam. Thank you for a little excitement here.
Yes. All right. Otherwise, we look pretty much as anticipated. Let's keep this pace up. Spring of 1904.
Who's up here?
Tanya, why don't you go first?
Okay, perfect. All right, so the advancement continues, except Spain enters the West Med, but Mao goes back to Brest. So a little bit of, I'm going to help you, Peter, but I'm also going to not be in the mid-Atlantic Ocean so that, you're not scared I take more than I want or more than you offer me. And maybe a little bit of defense against England while Faren is at it. So I'm going to assume that move was just Peter doesn't want me in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, and I don't want to move too far away from England. So other than that, they continue. Munich gets into Berlin. Nicola convoys his army onto Norway with no contest there. Sweden's moving down to Baltic for whatever reason. I'm not quite sure why, but it is. So yeah, it's doing that. So maybe Brandon, you have a better insight on why a move to Baltic at this time would be good for Noam.
I think Noam is effectively janissarying for the EF now, and this will help support an army into Prussia, if I had to guess.
Yeah, so that might be it then. And then, there goes Russ's last dot. So Brian, your prediction probably going to be coming true unless he somehow ends up in Warsaw or something completely ridiculous like that. So moving towards the east, what do we have here? So move from Piedmont to Tyrolia, and then Faren takes Rome, possibly holds on to it, and Peter is set up to do what he can do against the AT that is coming his way. And I think Faren would be getting the benefit of it. So, overall, still great for Nicola, still great for Faren. Liam and Ed maybe got a bit too greedy with Noam and Peter, and are not going to be the ones who, don't have an enemy.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to how far EF are going to push this before they turn on themselves. They're going to have to if one of them is going to win. It kind of feels like the pendulum might have swung a little bit towards Faren now within the EF. Being able to negotiate the keeping of that fleet in the north is really good for Faren. Really, really good. Makes her much harder to stab and gives her some offensive potential if she wants.
All right, let's go ahead and hear our interview. Go ahead and bring this up. Looks like we are on to Nicola. Or no, we need to do Peter. Let's do Peter.
And we're getting ready to start here. We've got the fifth seeded but fourth selection, Peter McNamara. Peter, welcome and congrats on making the top board.
Thank you, Kevin.
Excellent. So you chose Old Reliable in Italy, where you won the 2021 DBNI. Different strategy picking it this time?
Well, it's always different because I got to see some of the rest of the board. I felt the choices between Italy, Austria, and Germany. I kind of expected Turkey to go to Liam. And I thought I would be happy with Russ and Ed split between Germany and Austria. So that also influenced my decision a bit there.
Based on the switch of Ed taking Turkey, does that change your plan a little bit going in, or you're just going to work your magic?
Hopefully I'm going to work some magic. We'll see what happens.
Excellent. Well, we know you know how to play Italy, and you're a fantastic player. We wish you the best of luck today, and we'll see you maybe at the finish line again.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Short and sweet.
Yeah. As typical for Peter McNamara. But again, we see the move by Ed shaking up the the choice by Ed to drop lower and separate, really having serious effects on the state of this game.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that Peter wasn't worried at all about having been successful in Italy and being seen as successful in Italy. He might be rethinking that strategy next time he's in this position.
Yeah. What's really interesting to me for Peter in this position, Peter needs DB&I points probably more than most of the other players on this board if they're really looking to make it back. And now they've got to be looking at, okay, I'm probably not winning this thing. How high can I get in my standings to try and increase that score?
Tanya, this is you, right?
I think I did. Oh, wait. Oh, we're still in fall. Right. Okay. So, yeah, that is me. Looks like a great turn for Nicola. He's picking up Sweden. He's picking up St. Petersburg. Bounces Faren out of the English Channel, which I'm sure was agreed upon, and then Faren gets Berlin and leaves Rome there, so does not pick up Rome, but does pick up. Does she pick up Tunis? It's kind of cut off on my screen.
She does, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
She does.
So yeah, picks up Tunis. So both of them picking up 2. I think I'm a little scared. If I'm Nicola, that she'll be having more room for growth than me at this point. But if he can get into Berlin and Munich before she can, I think if I'm Nicola at this point, I'm thinking about how I stab effectively enough to slow down Faren. So maybe we'll see a bit of that going on. But so far, so good. They're moving forward. Their alliance is strong, and they're both getting builds. So that's fantastic. The East, not so much. For some reason, Liam, perhaps this is a agreed upon deal between Liam and Turkey, but Liam and Ed, but Liam walks into Bulgaria. Bulgaria leaves and goes back to Caen. Trieste goes to Budapest, and Peter backfills into Trieste. I'm not exactly sure what their conversations are looking like at this point, but it does feel messy. It doesn't feel particularly effective. And I'm assuming it's all arranged because, Aegean is moving into the Ionian, but it is overall a little bit bizarre.
It's head scratching. There's really no argument for it. My guess is that Liam thought that he needs Peter, to help push back France, but a fleet in Trieste doesn't help with that at all. They have AT has the fleets now. They have the fleet advantage over France and Italy, even though France and Italy have the same number. I think Liam and Ed have the position on it. So that's a real head scratcher. Why Ed would also, I can understand why Ed Moore would want to let EM have more armies in order to go do something in the center of the board, because that's where EF are now. But in concert with, Peter keeping a fleet in Trieste, it doesn't make any sense. The EF are rolling. They are just simply rolling, but they are at the point now where their size should create tension between them. It is now at the point where if one of them can get the jump on the other one, they will win this game.
And any predictions on who's got the upper hand in that?
Nicola, it partly because Faren can only build one here and can't be a fleet. Nicola can put down 2 fleets here and take English Channel, and then maybe not guarantee Mid-Atlantic, but really have good position on it. But it's not a great stab either. So he'd get Belgium out of it, which maybe is enough to start. I don't know.
Yeah,
Tanya?
I agree with that. I think, you know, you get Belgium, you can hold your centers. Not bad. Yeah. I think you make the move now. I think it's fall 1904. You can do it. And the rest of the board is so messy that there's no reason not to. I think
they can't hurt you. No one can hurt you.
And even if you have to showcase it with your builds, who cares? What is Faren gonna really do?
Yeah, that's very much a case of what's the rest of the board going to do. I'm really curious to see if Nicola goes for it here. If Nicola does not win this game, I think we could look back to this moment as potentially being that case, the cause. If Nicola does and wins this game, I think we could look at this moment.
I think if he doesn't here, I think then the advantage shifts back to Faren. But yeah, I'd still prefer to be Nicola here.
All right, well, let's hear from our sideline reporters and see if our read matches up with that. What are you expecting from the East? Are there any upcoming things you're going to be keeping an eye on as far as that messy structure?
I expect Marcus to say that this is the year of highs and lows for Peter.
All right.
Something tells
that's
me.
a good prediction.
Tanya, you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be a lot of, highs and lows for Peter. Let's leave it at that.
Here we go. Some highs or lows for Peter.
Okay, here we are in 1904. This year was about the highs and lows of Peter, I think. For the first phase, it was pretty much all about Peter's frustration at getting stabbed here. Ed tried to sell him on a story that, I stabbed you because you weren't paying enough attention to Faren, and I got the feeling that you weren't attacking her, you weren't going to attack her, which, was true. But Peter was not happy with that. He was saying, you need to take a center off of Liam so that he disbands the fleet. That's my condition for working with you. And Ed didn't budge on that. So Peter goes to Liam, tries to convince Liam to do some stuff against Ed or to move away from him. Nothing's working there. Peter is getting very frustrated indeed. And now Peter goes too far and says, let's try and set up a line to stop the evil people, an actual quote from him, from getting any more centers. And Faren is saying she'll do what she can there. Then all four of Russia, Austria, Turkey, and Germany get in a chat together and talk for a very long time. What they're actually discussing is a possibility of blowing up 2 of Noam's units so that he can build a fleet in St. Petersburg to be used against Nicola. He actually agrees to this. And then we have this interesting moment where Peter sees that all 4 of these people have been in a chat for a while. He hops in and he says, why am I not being invited to the anti-EF chat? You need me in the anti-EF chat. And then there's relative silence. And then he asks, do you want me here? And there's silence again for another minute or so. Well, not a minute, but it felt like a minute. Before Noam says, no, we don't want you here. And then Peter just leaves. Very frustrating turn for him. But then when we actually go to the next phase here, Noam did not do anything that he agreed to do on that front. He completely lied to everyone on that side and kept his units alive, did what he could to keep these units in place. And suddenly Peter's in a great position because Austria and Turkey go to him and say, we can't trust Noam anymore. We need to work with you against EF. And he's happy to take the offers that they're giving him. Actually, this move here, the move into Adriatic, was supposed to be a bounce, and Liam stabbed to get more units on the Ionian. But what that also did, of course, was leave Tunis unoccupied, which is a bit of a problem. So they offered to give him Trieste to let him keep his units on the board, and that's pretty huge for him. Like, he is very happy with where he's at right now. The only other story in the fall was Noam and this whole Russ's last act here. He tried to get support into Warsaw. Ed offered him this, and Liam was supposed to support him into Warsaw, and of course they stabbed and took Moscow instead. Noam was doing everything he could to try and stop that tap on from Silesia onto Warsaw. He actually offered to try and do what he could to throw Nicola the game, because Russ had made it clear that he preferred Nicola to winning to Faren winning, but he couldn't get Russ to change his mind. So this is what ended up happening here. Russ tried to survive, didn't work out, but you got to respect trying to survive in this position. So that's where we're at right now. Peter might be on the up again, although this AT is still very strong, so we'll see what happens.
It's just beautiful, the East, and lying to each other all game and making suboptimal moves because of those lies, and the EF benefiting off of that. So think twice when you decide to lie to the people you have to work with.
The EF has just outpaced the AT here, and the AT still has a chance. They're not out of it, but they need EF to start fighting now.
Well, let's see if we get some of that. We were saying if Nicola decides to go for it here, they have a chance of winning this game. But at the same time, as you pointed out, the read may be that it could help the East more. So what are we concerned more about? Let's find out.
Nicola is not moving on Faren, at least not telegraphing it. Will that be his last chance?
Does Nicola need to move on Faren to win this game? Tanya.
I think it depends on maybe Peter. If Peter's throwing Faren dots or lets her have any, which doesn't sound like that's Peter's kind of play. So, I don't know. But if he is, then yeah, Nicola does need to stab Faren. If not, at this point, Warsaw and Moscow, it's going to be really hard for the only real build I'm seeing is Norway, right? If I, A, and T are working together, where is Nicola getting any more dots except for Faren? That's sort of the take I have at this point, and because they can get there way faster than he can get there, and the only way he can get there is if France pushes her armies up, or a convoy or two, but even now Baltic's gone. So it's I think if I'm Nicola, you have to stab. Like, where are you getting builds otherwise?
Yeah, I'm with you. There's not a whole lot of growth opportunity elsewhere. Just the question is, how does he do it? I don't see how. I don't think he has the right units for it right now. And Faren has a build in pocket as well. So, yeah.
So, you're right. He should have built Fleet Liverpool and Fleet London.
If he was going to stab.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, right, like if Peter really does work with AT here, maybe they blow up the fleet here and he's supposed to rebuild it in Naples. That would be a cockamamie way to get Italy to be useful with that fleet Trieste. But if Faren gets stymied, then it's easier for Nicola to stab.
It would be the right amount of cockamamie for this game.
We need some cockamamie, right?
I will say for usually when you have an East versus West alliance, it can be a very boring game. Everybody's just pushing up on the line and it's just a yawn. This game is still really fluid in the center of the board, and there's a lot of very well balanced powers. This is going to be fun to see how this plays out. Brandon, I'll ask you this. Who has the most influence on the outcome of this game right now?
Oh, that's a good question. All right, so apart from, I think we're looking for one of the lesser, the people who don't have as much chance to win. So we're talking about Noam and probably Liam and Peter. Peter, actually. Peter could really swing this one way or the other.
Tanya, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's really up to Peter who tops this board, right? I think what does he do with his units? Because most of the dots that are going to be switching could be his. So.
So I'm up here. All right, so a lot of black arrows. We'll focus on the south first because that's where there's a bit more intrigue. Faren does not do what she needs to do to keep a fleet out of the Trinian Sea. This is a very big deal. She needed to tap Rome here in order to block this move. She does not, and now she cannot keep Tunis this year. That is a big deal, and that could actually shift things significantly. The AIT, they do not. So let's see, Peter pulls his units back to become more consolidated. He's looking to protect Naples. And in the east over there, so Liam advances his armies, retakes Warsaw. Ed is put back into Ukraine. So Noam and Nicola have successfully worked together here to thwart the AT, at least shift the unit from T to A. And Nicola gets his units sort of further east, further into position to dominate that sector. It's significant because it also, again, makes it harder for him to fight Faren if he wants to. Faren getting back into Mid-Atlantic is nice for her. She'd rather be in Mid-Atlantic, but it was good to at least keep that fleet in the north. This is interesting. It feels like the balance has actually, like if we have a meter that's sort of keeping the EF versus AT balance, this is a turn where I think actually AT got a little bit closer to even here. EF is still significantly ahead, but this creates some more dynamism for this board.
No, I agree. I mean, yeah. No, you've said it all really. It seems like the not cutting Rome was a mistake. I don't know how. Like what I'm curious. Like, did Faren think these moves? Did Nicola, say, "Oh, this is strategically the best thing for you to do"? Like how?
My guess is
Faren holds Tunis or gets any. If Faren doesn't get any Italian dots, then.
It's interesting, right?
It's yeah.
She's losing some of her advantage in the south, but also Nicola's giving away a bit of his advantage in the north. So, that's why a little bit of pendulum back to the AT or AIT, I guess in this case. But I think Faren is worried about having Tuscany popped. That's what I would think she was doing there.
Oh. Okay, so we'll do fall, and then we'll just do we'll do our player interview here. Speaking of Faren, let's go ahead and do Faren.
Hi, I have Faren Jane, who is the top seed at this year's Virtual Diplomacy Championship with me, and we're going to talk about the power selection. Faren, you went into the power selection as the top seed. You took the top spot, and you picked France. So obviously you had a plan going in, and you wanted France.
Yes, I've done a few top boards now, and occasionally with the seeding process, I've said, maybe I'll go second or third or put myself lower because I thought I'll try to respond to how what someone else chooses, or I'll pick this country in response to where someone else goes. And I always just ended up playing myself. So I just thought I'll just pick first. I'll pick France. It's safe. It seems like the best choice.
And so there was no one on the board who you were particularly interested in being next to, or maybe not being next to.
I think that I've developed a reputation as a good partner, and I think Noam and Nicola chose their countries based off of where I chose. So I'll let them pick based off of where I choose, rather than being reactive to them.
So going into the final round of the tournament last night, you were on the outside looking in. I think you were in around 10th place or so, and needing a strong result to get onto the top board. How were you feeling going into that round? And to maybe give us a few words about your approach to it.
I was feeling very worried. I knew for sure I wasn't the lock, that I was going to need a really good score. In fact, my original estimate of the score that I need was actually wrong. I thought I would need like 120 points, and I would have needed something like 170 to get onto the top board. But I went into the game, and I went to Katie initially and just said, look, Katie, my goal is to get on the top board. Here's the points that I want. I want to work with you. We can have this kind of like low stress game. And she was on board for that because she had kind of a rough tournament. And then I went to Karthik on the other side of the board and basically told him the same thing. I said, I want a good score, and you're close. Maybe we can get you there too. We didn't get him there, but I basically approached those two. And then everything else I said to everybody else was kind of geared towards making them disarmed, so they wouldn't have to worry about me. So that once Austria was dealt with, really there was nothing to stop Katie and me because we knew Karthik would break the line for us.
I see. Got it. Very cool. So coming into the board today, anyone you're particularly worried about? Who do you think is the biggest threat? Other than yourself, of course.
Peter. So I've played 2 games with Peter this tournament so far. Basically every round we've been in together, we've played together, and he's gotten the better of me every single time. And he's now in Italy. So there's Peter in Italy, and there's Nicola in England, and they can either be really good friends to me, or they can make sure that I have a really short game if they get Germany on side, right? So I'm worried about Peter. I'm always worried about Peter, and I'm a little worried about Nicola just because he's a really good player.
All right, Faren. Well, I wish you best of luck today. Have a great game.
So in what has become a theme for this game, I'm spoiling things early, but I feel like that interview is appropriate. We've got conversation about both neighbors, and there are some moves being made this turn.
Wow.
Brandon.
Wow. Yeah, hard not to look right up in that northern corner where North Sea goes to the English Channel. So finally we have some movement here within the EF. And, gosh darn it, Nicola has now gotten the upper hand. Faren has sent the fleet into the Western Med. So rather than bounce in the English Channel, she sent the fleet into the Western Med. But interestingly, having lost Tunis here, which was inevitable, she chooses to retreat it rather than pull it off the board. So she is looking to, get back, sort of ensure that she can get back into the Mid-Atlantic here, but she's wide open. Brest is gone. She has one in the pocket, right? So if she had pulled the fleet, then she could have rebuilt it in Brest. That's what she should have done here. So that was perhaps a tactical mistake. Ed gets a dot here in Tunis, but loses a dot in Moscow. Don't remember I don't think he has one in the pocket here, but with Nicola getting the upper hand now, I mean, they need to sit back and let Faren go fight and hope that she's willing to do it. And the failure to disband there sort of suggests she might not be.
Yeah, I wonder if this point she's okay with Nicola winning. I don't know. Like I think this is where you do disband that fleet and you rebuild it in Brest. So kind of strange that she chose not to do that, and she walked out of. Well, Belgium moves to Ruhr. I don't think I'd do that. I don't think I, at this point in the game, let Nicola have that big of a advantage over me. Even if it means I'm not growing in the south, there's no way I let him walk his fleet to English. He would be bouncing. We would be bouncing. So, a bit too trustworthy, or she's decided that Nicola should win. I don't know. So that's what he did. He took the chance, though. He's in the English. He can convoy over, and nothing can stop him from doing that. So his position is fantastic. I think unless someone starts throwing Ed dots or something like that, I think this is Nicola's game.
There are moments in almost every competitive game of diplomacy where stress becomes really high and the stakes become increasingly high as the game progresses. And oftentimes those games can be decided by small decisions, such as often what to do with your retreats, how to handle your disbands, and you play this game for so many seasons, so many turns, so many rounds of play, and ultimately you can see it come down to just these small mistakes. And that's really what separates the players who win these events and those who qualify, and that how they are able to handle that stress and how they're able to take advantage of others' mistakes. So I'll have my eye on Nicola for sure, just like the rest of us. And now I just want to see diplomatically, how does the rest of the board respond to that?
Yeah, you're right. These are the sorts of moments that championships are won or lost on. It's worth saying that Nicola could have actually gone harder here. Denmark to North, Baltic back to Denmark, Holland to Ruhr, or Holland to Belgium. So he might have been a little bit uncertain that it would work. But he is a proven champion, and I think we're about to see him get crowned again.
All right, well, let's hear from our sideline. I'm fascinated to hear how this year went down. Go ahead and bring that up now. This is 1905.
Okay, so here we are in 1905, and again at the start it's the Peter show. Obviously Nicola is in the strongest position, but there's not much negotiation going on up there because it's really just Faren who can do anything about that, and Faren isn't turning right now. Peter is actually being the tactical person, the strategist on his side of the board. He's giving all the moves to Austria and Turkey. He is trying to ensure that, well, it turns out he is correctly predicting most of the moves of the other side and giving the orders that would correctly counter them. He is also talking to Faren and saying, you know, I would like to work with you too. And he offers to push Faren's army up to Piedmont with her. But then he won't agree to move Rome to Tyrrhenian Sea. And this is something that Faren is a little suspicious about and keeps questioning him on it, and eventually says that doesn't make any sense. And she goes off and talks to Nicola about this, and they surmise that it's because Peter is probably looking to blow up that unit in Tuscany. So they go back to Peter. They say, no, I can't do that. It looks like you're going to try and blow me up here. And yeah, Peter has a last-minute order change because of this. He realizes they've sussed him out. So he turns his units around and moves to Apulia. But importantly, this is without telling Liam and Ed. So when the fall turn starts, it's not the fall turn. When the full turn starts, it starts off with a bit of drama on that front because Liam is very suspicious about what Peter has done here, moving down to Apulia. That wasn't agreed upon. He was supposed to go to Tuscany, but they end up talking it out and, you know, managing to come to a conclusion there. The real Peter is still a pivot in this phase, but it's not so much him as about him. Nicola and Faren are talking, and this time Faren says, okay, you need to start pushing your armies ahead, otherwise we're not, you know, this alliance isn't going to work anymore. And Nicola just says, no, I'm in a safe position now. I'm staying in the safe position. I don't see a way I can lose the game if I just keep my units where I am. I'm playing for the win. And, like, Faren is very taken aback by this, and suddenly is now going into full, you know, I need to try and stop this mode. She goes to Ed and to Liam and talks to them. We need to take out Peter right now. The only way that I get enough units to counter Nicola while keeping myself in with a shot is if we dismantle Peter. I use that to build in, because I have a build in hand right now, I use that to build in the north and use my fleets to head up north against him. If I'm fighting you guys in the south, I have to choose one or the other of you to, you know, to counter, and I would need to defend myself in the south. Nicola would just win. And they talk about this for a while, and Liam seems to accept it, but Ed is not happy with it at all. He's saying, Moscow, this unit right here, is making me go down a build. I don't want to go down a build. There is no way I will agree to anything that makes me go down a build. So I need to take Tunis. And for that, Faren, that's a deal breaker. If Ed takes Tunis, she can't build. So she outright refuses that. And they end up arguing about this for quite a while, and they don't come to a conclusion on it. And it sounds like Faren might just give the game to Nicola at this point over the fact that Ed will not agree on that on Tunis. It's hard to say for sure at this point. There's probably some counterplay, but as we can see from the moves here, Nicola just launched the attack into the English Channel. It does look like Faren moved out of the Middle Atlantic Ocean, so it does look like this might all be over at this point. We'll have to wait and see.
Couple of very interesting things. Interesting that Nicola told Faren that he's not interested in moving forward anymore. You know, why not push her armies up forward and then just backfill? So wondering what Faren had in mind in terms of, you know, moving forward. Maybe it was something that Nicola just couldn't agree with. So yeah, I mean, listen, Brandon, do you remember at the beginning of the stream when you said that the West would be messy and the East would, you know, get it together? And I said, I think it's the opposite. You're muted.
So you didn't get the tone of my voice, which was, I think you might have been right. I am this negotiation between Ed and Faren over Tunis is it's interesting, and I think Faren might have gotten a little bit her eyes might have gotten a little bit too big at that moment. She's the board topper. She has more centers than anyone, and she is effectively demanding that she needs more units to go fight Nicola in the north. So she's asking Ed and the people in the east to forego any chance that they could win so that she can go win. It's you know, it's one way to go. If you can, you know, bluff the other people into accepting that, then great. But I don't think that's not a way you're going to convince other top players.
But was she wrong though? Like, if she is going to make progress against Nicola, wouldn't she have needed that unit?
She certainly, I mean, they could have made an agreement where she disbands, you know, and then rebuilds, right? So that would be a fairer way to go about it. You know, then she's at 8 and Ed is at 5, but she was asking Ed to stay at 4 while she goes to 9. You know, another way to look at this, right, is that Ed could be useful to her in the future. So, you know, especially with Liam's now up to 7, right? So Liam's a potential rival for her. You know, she and Ed could be doing scratch each other's backs here, but Ed needs a build for that. He can't go down to 4 at that point in the game.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and it's winter of 1905. I mean, this game feels so progressed, but there's 5 years left in this game. Like, there's so much room to be played here, even in a short time game of 1910. So,
I guess just to finish that point, like, strategic flexibility it's just a really useful thing to have in the game, and that's just a moment where Faren could have been a little bit more fluid.
All right. Well, Tanya, why don't you lead us off in spring of 1906?
So we see it. We see the convoy into Brest, and hey, still a love fest. Other than that one move, support holding each other. Faren says, "All yours. My centers are yours. Just take what you need. Don't take too much." And the rest is history. I think it's Italy retreating back though a little bit. So covering Naples. There's not a lot of trust between these Eastern powers. You know, it's just constant lying back and forth, changing moves in the last second. That just kind of, the play was a little bit sloppier than it should have been for a top board, and that's what gave, you know, the EF that advantage that they have. So not sure what's on Peter's head, but he moves back to Naples. He's convoying up to Trieste. maybe he wants to give Faren a shot, but if Faren's not going to hold Brest and Paris and whatnot, then it's kind of over, I think.
Yeah, I think if that was on Peter's mind, he should have tapped Ionian here so that she can send West back to Mid-Atlantic in the fall. It's game's over. There's no one has any chance other than Nicola. If Faren's not going to fight him, then it's over.
Yeah, Faren would have to have moved all her units back, and that's not happening. And Nicola still support holding Munich for whatever reason. So it just seems like they've decided that. I bet it draws after he gets Brest.
Well, let's see if let's hear from Nicola. I believe that's our last interview, and I feel like we may be hearing from our next virtual diplomacy champion. So let's find out how our champion felt going into the start of this game.
So with me, I have world champion Nicola Sah. Nicola, congratulations on yet another top board. How are you feeling?
Tired, but excited to play. So.
Fantastic. Well, we are excited to have you on the board for sure tonight. Let's talk a little bit about the power selection. So tell me, why did you decide to choose as soon as you could? You didn't want to choose after anyone else. What was the thought behind that?
I just wanted to be in the West, so by being third, I was sure that I would be in the West.
So why in the West you chose England over Germany? What? Tell me about that.
Given who is in the East, there might be some strange play, and Germany being in the center, sometimes you can be an early target. Well, I thought England, I can maybe weather the storm, and then I thought Peter McNamara would not choose Germany, and I thought maybe he would pick Italy, and so that's not bad for me either. So I don't know. I just wanted to play England, so I haven't played it during the 4 rounds, and I kind of like the countries.
So that transitions really well into my next question, actually. Was there a player you wanted to avoid? It sounds like you didn't want to be next to Peter. Can you talk about that a little bit?
No, I don't know. It's not that I don't want to be close to Peter, but I don't know. I just didn't want to be. I don't know. I thought that some of the maybe newcomers will be deciding the game, and so I don't know. I just wanted to be in position to wait and see a little bit and not be the mercy of their play. And I knew that some of the. I don't know. I thought Turkey and Austria would be some kind of weird combination in this game, and they might be working together. And so I thought England might be a good country if Austria and Turkey work together.
Is there anyone that you're particularly excited to play with?
All of them. I mean, I've never played with Noam, so I think I've played just one game with Liam, so it's always fun to work with new players. And the others, they are the usual suspect. I don't think I've played much with Russ, so I think it's exciting to have him.
And so, Nicola, there seems to be a trend in your games where you have to, or in your tournaments, where it always seems like you always have to play the last game and you have to play to the last second of the last game. And then you're crossing your fingers that you're going to get on the top board. And then somehow you manage to do it. But, I really thought you would be better by now. So tell me why this struggle every tournament?
Yeah, I think maybe, when I'm under pressure, I play better. And also I was I've worked a lot the last month, so maybe Friday I was a bit tired and not really in the mood. I don't know. And it's just also the the board configuration, the first 2 games, it was not super good for me. And then the last 2 were much better. And then, the last game, I know what I'm working for, and I could just follow the other scores, and I knew what I needed. And when I know what I need, usually I try to get it.
Well, this is your second VDC top board. We've only had 2 of these, so best of luck to you. I hope it's better than the last time. So
Can be worse.
Well, good luck, Nicola, and we're excited to see you and how you perform.
Thank you.
Well, I think we can all say it's going a little bit better than the last go round that we saw. Yeah, that's all things are looking good for Nicola right now. So let's keep this going. Brandon.
All right, really no surprise here. Faren takes Tunis on her own, gets supported into Ionian from Peter. So I think Peter is on the revenge tour as well against Austria. Nicola, very adeptly takes Paris and position in the Mid-Atlantic. This game is now a foregone conclusion. They really ought to draw this in the spring of 07.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think, just thinking back to those initial player interviews and Ed saying he wanted to be as far away from Faren as possible, and now this game coming down to the fact that they can't agree on Tunis or work together in any way. It's a tale as old as time. It's really, sure, Ed is, angry and Faren's angry, and great for Nicola. I'm very happy that he finally wins something.
I will point out, by the way, there was a thing that Faren could have done. Knowing that Nicola was sort of fully on side with her, she could have pulled back, and arranged, say, Tyrrhenian Sea getting blown up. She could have pulled some armies back. That would have given her a rebuild. But the time for maybe there never was a time for Faren and Ed to come up with a plan. So maybe I'm thinking wishfully for our stream.
It's a tale as old as time, but it's the beast and the beast. So, all right, let's hear from our sideline reporters, see if we can get any more insight into what happened over this past turn and maybe hear about what our emotions are like on the board right now.
Okay, spring 1906, and immediately as we go into this phase, there's a draw vote. Faren and Nicola are tied on center count, but because Nicola chose his country later, he would win if there was a draw here. And very quickly, Peter vetoes it. Italy. He is not having it. He would like to play on. And then everyone except for Nicola and Noam is currently a vassal to Nicola, and no one sees that changing, goes into a chat room and tries to talk it out. Mainly, Peter is trying to get them to talk it out. And Faren and Ed are just not getting along at all. I think this is a repeated thing from previous games. Ed and Faren have certainly had their history together of having something of a grudge, and neither of them are willing to drop it here. Faren says that she wants Tunis back before she does anything at all, turning around, and Ed just says, I don't think that's diplomacy. And Faren says, I don't think you taking Tunis last term was diplomacy. You refused to compromise there. And much as Peter tries to get people to compromise here, he's not managing it. But that doesn't make him stop. Obviously, he makes some interesting moves here and lets Faren get into a position to take Tunis. He claims that was because he thought Faren was going back to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I don't know whether that was true or not, unfortunately. Nicola has agreed with Faren at this point to let her get second, as long as she doesn't turn around and attack him, and it looks like she may be taking that offer. In the full turn, there is again immediately another draw vote, and immediately Peter shuts it down. He vetoes it. He really wants to play this game on, and he has just convoyed into Trieste. He has a position here to take some more centers potentially. He then tries to get Faren to turn around again, which doesn't seem to be working. But Faren's main reasoning for that is that now there are too many Austrian armies in the center of the board. Obviously, the Turkish units aren't that much of a concern to her anymore. So Peter then turns his focus on trying to stop that, goes back to Ed again and says, hey, this is the perfect opportunity for you to stab Liam. We need to go. And Liam, realizing he's in a bit of trouble here, is now fully supporting this draw and trying to convince people to accept it. Faren is in support of the draw. Nicola is in support of the draw. Noam is in support of the draw. Ed then also says he is completely in support of this draw. He doesn't want to throw the game, but he also doesn't want to reward Faren's play. That's what he said, which means he is accepting a draw, which would give Nicola the win. Peter is the only person opposing this, and Peter tries for so much of this phase to get Ed to agree to a stab. He is giving so many reasons, and Ed is just going, no. And I am honestly flabbergasted by the determination that Peter is showing here. It shows why he is a world-class diplomacy player. He does not give up, but it doesn't seem like anything is coming of it. And obviously, as you can see, Ed did not stab Liam here. Peter is still the only holdout to a draw. We'll see whether that changes next turn. He may just be forced to give up at this point. That is the Sideline report for 1906.
You gotta respect Peter. You know, it's fantastic. You're in this position, but you're still the only one fighting to make something happen. Great player. Yeah.
Can you show the standings? See what place he would be in if he finished here?
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. And it is meaningful that, again, Peter needs DB9 points more so than several of these other players. So, I cannot. It just crashed on me. I apologize.
Oh, that's probably my fault.
But
I'll see if I can get it on then.
Okay.
But like, while we're on it though, there's a good argument for the other players to maybe eliminate him from this game so that he doesn't make the DBNI, right? Like, this is your chance to take Peter out. Just saying.
What do you feel, Tanya, about Peter's pitch to Ed? I don't really feel like personally there's anyone else that has a shot, but I do see that perspective. Do you have any thoughts about if you're Ed in this situation? Do you take Peter up on that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I do. You know, how am I going to be in a position where, firstly, if I'm Ed, I don't have a good relationship with Faren, so that's already established, right? Thankfully, I'm not Ed, but if I was Ed, that's what it would be like. And then so I'm in a situation where Faren is letting England have her dots, and I could stab my one ally to get maybe a couple more dots, but then at that point, Faren probably out of like some grudge is going to give Nicola more dots. Like, there's no winning. What's the point? Ed's qualified for, the Invitational. He's had a good tournament. It's fine. He's not going to top this board. Why bother? Why make an enemy out of Liam for Peter's sake? Like, no, I don't think that's, yeah. I think as Ed, you say, all right, this is it. This is the game. Unless he could somehow make up, his fight with Faren, if they could somehow get over that, then yes, but doesn't seem like that's the thing.
I feel like that feud is now like the main storyline going into the DBNI.
So, Brandon, you're able to pull it up. So it looks like Peter in 6th place if this game ends at this point.
And just 2 points behind Ed and 14 behind Noam. That is just one center with the 1.5. So 1 center more, and he could get into 4th place, which off the top of my head, I think would be good enough to get him in the DBNI. Be close.
I don't have the exact scores in front of me, but it would be really close if not. Yep. So, all right. Well, let's see if that's a factor. We've got Nicola keeping on. Predictions here. Are we going to draw, keep playing? What's going to happen?
Now that I know about the DBNI implications, I feel like Liam and Ed kind of have some incentive to just knock Peter down a little bit here, but they may not be thinking about that.
All right. Yeah. Well, we draw here. So we say congratulations to now 2-time world champion Nicola Sah, and to my knowledge, the first player to be both face-to-face and virtual face-to-face world champion. Congratulations, Nicola, and welcome to the stream.
No.
So, Nicola, how are you feeling right now? Just start with that.
Well, I'm feeling good. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my result. Still very exhausted. I had a very, very long weekend of playing diplomacy. Hopefully, this one was a bit shorter, so that was good. And it was pretty much stress-free game, so I think my other 4 games were very, very tiring, and this one was kind of, a walk in the park. So, you win some, you lose some, and this one I won, so pretty good.
Well, Nicola, what would you say the secret to your success in this game was?
I think a good pick of country. I'm not very good at that usually, but this time I think I read that 80 would be a good chance to be a factor in this game, and then being England would be good. And then I think I developed a good relationship with Faren at the start of the game, and just kept going that way. And I know she's fairly reliable. I just tried to make sure that she had no good stepping opportunities. And the fact that there was a strong 80 on the other side of the board, I mean, if she stabs me or if I stab her in a kind of stupid way, the other side is going to win, and we know that. So I think, she had position to cripple me, but then I don't think she wins the game. And similarly, if I try to do something stupid against her, we give the other side of the board a great chance. So, and I think the keeping Noam alive, I think, was also a good play on my part. And I don't know. Everything went the right way, and it seemed that I didn't have to make so many hard choices. And that's the way I like it. It doesn't happen often, and it happened in the right game. So that's good.
All right, we'll take a look at the moves here in a minute, but first I just want to let Brandon and Tanya, anything you'd like to find out, maybe more on the soft side of this game, we can dig into the play-by-play after that.
I want to know something, Nicola. In 1903, the Sideline reporters told us that you and Russ asked the reporters to leave the room so that you could talk without them hearing. Can you tell us what you guys talked about?
So it's Russ who asked, and as he asked, I'm not going to tell you what we talked about. Sorry.
Congrats.
It's bad television, but
Yeah, no, perfectly fair. We have the reporting by consent, right? It's not every conversation is meant to be filmed or recorded, so perfectly fine. Good job. Curious to see your thought process, and maybe we can do it more when we're looking at the map on when you saw the victory. I want to know what year, what move set, when you were like, oh, this is mine. This is, I'm gonna win the VDC.
I think 1903, I thought if I don't win it, it's my fault. I was not sure, but I thought I had the position to win this game. And but you're never sure. Every turn when there was the adjudication, I was half expecting a fleet in the Irish Sea, and every turn I was.
So, Nicola, we'll start here in fall of 1901. One of the questions that we had is who told Russ the line that he bought to have this happen? Can you give us some insight into what the negotiations were like in fall of 1901?
So basically, Russ was telling me that Faren and Noam are going to ally together, and that so we should work together. And I thought, this seems reasonable. And then Faren was saying, "Oh, I like to do English-France alliance, and I've seen her do it before." So I thought, this looks reasonable. And I just said, I'm going to convoy to Belgium. Whoever wants to be my friend should make this happen. And this happened, and then the SCA and Denmark move, Russ never mentioned it, so I was just as surprised as you were. And with Faren in Munich, that was really not a good opening.
Nicola, the sideline reporters told us that there was a fair amount of friction in your negotiations with Russ. Is that accurate, or feel different for you?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think he's a very direct diplomat. He knows what he wants, and I really enjoy this type of diplomacy. I think just right there, I think in spring or two, he wanted me to turn around, and I asked him, okay, so what do you propose me to do? And then basically said, oh, you should move to Ro and convoy to Belgium, and I'll support you in Norway in defense. And I was not sure at the beginning. Then at the end, toward the end of the negotiation, I said, okay, I would do that. And then he said, oh, no, I'm not going to do it because I don't feel that you are into it anymore. So I don't know. This was the only point of tension, but I think after that, he just realized that his game was over, and then we just tried to get a few things done. But I think he was more mad at Faren than at me.
And I feel like oftentimes, especially in a top board type situation, understanding who's mad at who can be a huge part of being successful and winning. So well done on figuring that out, making those reads. My next question is, here in 1903, this game is moving extremely fast. This is not a situation that I am used to seeing, and I've been covering quite a few games of late. At this point, what's going through your mind? Are you who's your rival, and how are you approaching things on this turn to try and give yourself an advantage in what appears to be a race?
I mean, I'm just trying to, sell the story to Faren, which I think is a true story, that it's a race between AT and EF, and we have to make progress. We have to get more dots than them. And at that time, we also saw that maybe Peter was was working with them. And so my spiel was, if we get 17 centers and we are 2, and they have 17 centers and they are 3, one of us should win. And that was my thing. And then I thought, okay, if I can get St. Petersburg and Scandinavia, and there are no more fleets, I know it's an easy stalemate line with 3 units. And then from there, if I know I can get seven centers super safe with very, very few units, I don't know how I can lose this game. I mean, it's just, if Faren gets 2-3 centers in Italy, then maybe, but it's Peter McNamara. It's not, so I was not too worried that he would throw dots or give up. So, I just like my position, and I just thought, okay, I don't need to do anything crazy. I have the tie break. I'll get to 8 centers, maybe 9 with Norway. I don't see her taking more than 9. So, and maybe I can stab on Belgium if I really need to at the end. But I thought, let's make a position super safe. I built a stalemate in the north with Russia with 2 dots left, and after that, I thought, they can come and get me, but I didn't see that happen.
Did you? How worried were you that Russia and Germany might team up against you at any point in these first 3 years? Like, how much work did you do to try to prevent that?
I mean, at the start, yes. I mean, it's clear that when Russ saw that there was an EF, he could get Noam to work with him. But I knew that, with an 18 in the south, Russia is going to disappear, and so it's just a question of time that I'm getting everything in Scandinavia and St. Petersburg. So the only question is, do I try to kill Russia quickly, or do I try to work with him? And I thought it's always better to have a friend who has dots in the front line rather than just take everything. So, if Russia was not getting attacked in the south, it would be a completely different story for me. But there, I just thought, he needs me more, and he's going to be mad at them more than at me. So,
Were you nervous at all that the AT might get out ahead of you?
I mean, you're always looking for things, but I thought, yeah, I mean, if we count, we will be at 17 centers or 18 centers with Faren, so it's 9-9. What are they going to do? I mean, I don't think they're going to kill Peter, so yeah, I mean, the only thing is if Ed stabs Liam and it gets to 10, 12, 10 centers and we are just at 9-9 with Faren, and then I thought, okay, either we come to an understanding or I will have to do something, but then I don't know. Yeah, that was my worry. My worry was if Turkey stabs Austria and gets to 10 centers.
So, Nicola, what's your relationship with Peter about this point in the game? Because I struggled to read exactly where Peter was aligned. What was your opinion at this point in the game?
I talked very little with Peter during this game. He was busy trying to salvage his position and his winning chances in the South, and he knows that he doesn't need to waste time with me on a meaningless conversation. So we were talking 20 seconds here and there, and I was asking him what he was thinking. I think at some point he was happy to work with Faren, and then Faren with the retreat to Tuscany and stealing Tunis made him mad, and then the other side of the board made him mad, and so I think they kept making Peter mad, and so this is not good to have Peter mad against you, and it's very good if Peter is mad against somebody else. So I just tried to avoid him. He was in a mood that was in my favor because he was mad at everybody else, and so there is no reason to try to talk to him and give him reasons to change his mind.
I love that. That's the kind of advice that people that are looking to improve their game should pay attention to. Sometimes they get so tied up on tactics. It's that personal negotiation that can make that difference. Okay, so this is the turn I was really looking forward to asking about. We had some conversation about whether or not you gave up your shot to win this board by not building fleets and moving against France here. First, were you at all worried around this point in the game that Faren might turn on you? And two, did that thought occur to you, and why did you choose, rightly so, not to make that choice?
So no, I was not worried at that point because with two builds, I think my position is very strong, and her position in the med is not super strong. So I thought, no, she's not going to turn on me. And I thought if I can just, give her the space to send her Brest fleet to the med, then I will never be under pressure for the rest of the game. So I thought, it's at that point it's 8-9, but I think that she's going to lose Tunis, so it's going to be 8-8, and I'm already winning. And then Norway is a pocket build whenever I want, so I'm at 9, and can take Belgium if I want at some point. So yeah, I mean, I don't see why I should try to change the dynamics of the negotiation. I mean, Faren, we're getting along well. She's a bit mad at Peter, a bit mad at Yeti, and I think she made a mistake by taking Tunis from Peter. I think she could have waited, and she could have tried to push more before doing that, and maybe she would have been in a better position. But yeah, at that point, I thought, the only way I lose this is if I completely change the dynamic of the game and something crazy happens, and she turns around, and then Peter and Ed stab Liam, and then I don't know what's happening. So I thought, I'll just play it quiet. I don't think I played it safe. I just didn't want to bring any chaos in this game because my position was so strong that I didn't see any risk there. I just wanted anyway to just put all my units on the stalemate line, so a fleet in Bothnia, a fleet in Baltic, then in Prussia, so that once Livonia and Moscow and Prussia, then they can never retake anything there. So, and then I just decided, okay, now let's see what's happening.
And by let's see what happens means I'm going to stab.
No, I don't. In fact, I didn't stab. Basically, I went to the English channel. I mean, basically, the last 2 turns, Faren had been talking with the rest of the board for 5, 6, 8 minutes and talking to me very little. So I told her, I got paranoid. I moved to the channel because, and I told her, you told me you want second place. So if you want second place, let's vote. Let's have a draw vote. And she said, "Oh, you'll accept the draw vote at 8-8?" And I said, "Yes." And she tried to get the draw vote passed, and it didn't pass. And then I told her, "Okay, do you think if I go to Brest, they will understand that you're serious about drawing?" And that, and she said, "Oh yeah, maybe." So I just went to Brest with her consent. She was taking Tunis back, and we were saying, "Okay, do you want to draw now, or do I continue?" And at some point, Peter was a bit lonely at trying to manufacture winning chances for the rest of the board. So.
I'm sorry. So are you trying to argue that North English Channel here in Fall of 05 is not a stab?
No, it's not a stab. It's just I have a superior position, and I told her I'm not going to let you take it away from me. So. If you keep working with me, you'll be second. If you don't want to work with me, you'll finish third or fourth or fifth. What do you want?
You are a master diplomat, Nicola.
I mean, this is, once you have the advantage, you should not just tell you. If your ally says, "Oh, get me back in the game," and you just say no. I think I'm not the only one who is able to say no. So I just told her, I'm not going to compromise my chances just for that. And she understood it, and she said, "Okay, I'm happy for second place." And I think if she had moved something against me, she would not have finished second. But maybe I'm wrong.
It's very generous of you, Nicola.
I can do very well, as long as I win, they can do very well. But I also told her, she made a couple of mistakes. I think in the south. I think as I told you, taking Tunis from Peter. Then you mentioned the moment where she should have tapped Rome and bounced head in Tyrrhenian Sea. So I told her this move. I told her to cut Rome. And she didn't do it. And so later on, I just told her, if you had cut Rome, you would not be in this position. But if you make mistakes, I'm not going to give you a chance to get back in the game. My position is better, and I'm just going to make sure that I win. If you want to be second, I'm happy to give it to you. So that was my spiel, and I think she understood. Sure. That's my way of playing diplomacy. I have an ally. We work together, and if somebody makes a mistake, we are not going to just whine and just say, "Please, please, please, give me back my dots." And say, "Yeah, you made a mistake. That means that I'm a slightly better player on this game, and so next time you won't make the mistake, and you will top the board." That's the way I play. So I like to cooperate, but I also like to compete, and. I think the good thing about this game is it's a good balance between cooperation and competition. So I just thought, I made maybe fewer mistakes, and we cooperated really well. We both had a chance to win this game because of our alliance. But at the end, I was in position to win, and I just didn't want to leave it to the chance.
Well, Nicola, congratulations again. That was a dominating performance, really from about 1902, maybe even fall of 1901 onwards. Extremely well played. Congratulations on making it to the top board. Congrats on this big win. And of course, congrats on becoming a two-time world champion. We can't call you a has-been, as you said in the past. That's you are a now.
Yeah, I hope that my next tournament win will not be in like 15 years or something, because otherwise, but it's good to be back.
Yeah, Nicola, this really changes the narrative for us about you, which is the most successful person who doesn't win. doesn't top boards, doesn't win tournaments. You're always somehow right there, despite not doing either of those things. And now our story is out the window. We have to find a new tagline.
Yeah, I have to make your life a little bit difficult. So.
And now I understand that is what it's like to be your ally. So thank you for that lesson, and congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't make mistakes, we'll share the board top, and if you make a mistake, so don't make mistakes. That's all. That's a good way to make progress, to play with me, to work with me.
Duly noted. Congratulations, Nicola, and we will see you in February at the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. You are now an automatic qualifier. Not that you needed the automatic qualification, but you will definitely be there, and you will be a very high seed.
Yes. All right. Thanks, Nicola. All right. So that brings us to the end of this broadcast. Tanya, I'd like your thoughts. Let's start out with the event overall, and then this game, and what you're going to be looking for the rest of this 2021 season.
Yeah, so, I think it's a little hard for me to comment on the season itself, given I didn't participate in a single event this year. But, this tournament was tons of fun. We had a watch party yesterday where Brandon mentioned earlier, a lot of players came out and sort of, gave a little bit of analysis, and we all discussed the moves together. And it was a really good way, I think, to do it. So moving forward, we should try and do more of those, try and sort of get new players, on the streams or involved in sort of analysis as well. It'd be tons of fun. I think this game was great. It was really dynamic. It was fun. There were so many moments where we were like, oh my God, there are 4 different players that could top this board depending on how they played and what they did. And I think that's what you want to see from a top board. So entertainment wise, it was really great. And, it sounds like people had fun with VDC. So can't wait for next year. Definitely will be trying to compete.
Brandon.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate all the people who ran this tournament: Marcus Ziler, Sabia Huja, Liam Stokes, Bill Hackenbracht, as we mentioned earlier, is the founder of this community. And Chris Brand was involved here as well. Peter McNamara was a TD as well for one of the rounds. Just want to congratulate you guys on doing a fantastic job with what is the premier open event of the season. And I think the success of this event is a testament to the health of the hobby. And hopefully, people will watch this broadcast, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and sign up for some more virtual games next year. I'm excited to see how that evolves. Excited for in-person to come back and to see the two sort of go hand in hand together into the future.
And I feel like this event is a testament to the health of the hobby as a whole, not merely with virtual play, but the way that the community has come together this year, face-to-face, virtually, extended deadline, even getting involvement from the variant communities and gunboat and speedboat, and just more and more participation. I think that more activity generates more conversation generates more participation and growth. It's just good for the hobby as a whole. And I love to see it all come together in this particular format, which I've really grown to love and enjoy covering. So thank you both for joining this stream. Tanya, thank you for joining us. It's always great to broadcast with you. I love your read and getting your insight as one of the top players in the game. I think we're really fortunate to have you on air. I'd like to thank Adam Silverman for covering the early rounds. Really appreciate that. Obviously, with his big win, North American DipCon has proven he knows a thing or two about this game, and had some great insight as always. And Brandon, thank you so much for running all of the Game Day Live this season. It's been a lot of fun.
And
so,
Brian, let me thank you first of all for taking over the host duties today on Game Day Live. An excellent job. Thank you to Kevin O'Kelly as well for his yeoman work behind the scenes. That's it for now, Tanya.
Yeah. And thank you both. This is my first time doing pretty big commentary for DBN, and there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that you don't think about when you're watching this. So you guys do an incredible job. It's pretty amazing how you put this together. So great work, guys.
Well, thank you. And if you did enjoy this stream, do ask you go ahead and just take a moment to give the video a like. If you're not subscribed already, please do so. Tell a friend if you think they might enjoy this. We've had several people find the game of diplomacy we love so much through these streams and this broadcast, and that's what we're all about. So, Brandon, you want to close us out since Siobhan's not here? You want to give the catchphrase?
I will channel Siobhan Nolan, who is currently in cryogenic hibernation, but will return to the stream at some day. Siobhan, this is for you. Stay safe and stab well.
Thanks, everyone.